Good morning, everyone. We kindly ask you to take seat, and we try to start on time. So, are we on? Okay, so thank you everyone for coming, and thank you also to people following us online. I'm Alessandro D'Araio, lead partner of the Institutional Dialogue Project, let's say, organizing this innovation camp. But I will introduce myself better later. Now, just to keep the schedule, I give the floor to our host, so Midat Zemic from the Directorate of European Integration of the Council of Ministers on Bosnia and Herzegovina. Let's say our guest, because he's partner in the project, but also currently representing the presidency of EUSAIR, so organizing the forum, so really our really host. So please, Midat, yeah, you can go to the podium.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. Ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, dear Alessandro, it's for me a great pleasure to see you here today and welcome you in Bosnia and Herzegovina and in Sarajevo for the 8th Forum of the EU Strategy for the Adriatic Ionian region, which is, this comes as the most significant event of the BIH one-year presidency over the Adriatic Ionian Initiative and the Adriatic Ionian Strategy. I can freely say also that this is practically also the opening of the forum, although it's official opening tomorrow. This is first session, and we are practically opening the forum as well. Also, I think that we are with this event also, repeating, starting the implementation of the project that Alessandro mentioned, Dialogue for Innovation. This is the first activity to be implemented within this project. At the beginning, first of all, and most of you know that this project is led by Emilia-Romagna region, and so I would like to express our condolences and for the deaths incurred and the damages made and displaced persons in the region recently because of these terrible floods. We experienced them 10 years ago, almost here also similar one. So sorry, really, I heard that a lot of people also was dead, and that's the worst thing. I'm proud to say that in cooperation with our partners, one is Project Dialogue for Innovation, we managed to put together an ambitious program at the forum, planned a number of important discussions pertaining to implementation of EU macro-regional strategies, and organized so many potentially interesting events. The program of our presidency comprised, among other things, cooperation with Euro-Med and EU strategy for the Danube region. So we are practically implementing one of the program items. At this occasion, I have to mention the other partners in Dialogue for Innovation project. Besides the Emilia-Romagna region, Directorate of European Integration, there are Generalitat di Catalunya, Ministry for Regional Development and EU funds from Croatia, then Conference of Peripheral Maritime Regions, Adriatic Ionian Euro-Region, Medwaves, French Agency for Ecological Transitions, ADEME, and open space initiative. Everybody has an opportunity to see a short description of the project Dialogue for Innovation and the concept of the innovation camp, so I will not talk further. For sure, Alessandro will come with this information later. In general, our wish is to contribute to improve long-lasting conditions for permanent institutional and social dialogue in the Mediterranean area, bridging the transitional dimension with local solutions and increasing coordination, policy coherence, and alignment of actions for a sustainable economy. I wish you fruitful discussion and enjoyable stay in Sarajevo next few days. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Midat. And we just go directly to the next speaker for the greetings. We have the Lorenzo Donatelli, that is the first secretary of the Embassy of Italy to Bosnia and Herzegovina. And so, please, Lorenzo, for your greetings.
Thank you very much. Good morning. Let me welcome, on behalf of Italy and the Italian Embassy in BIH, all the participants to this innovation camp. It's a pleasure, on behalf of the Embassy, to open this side event. Ambassador Di Ruzza wanted as well to be present, but unfortunately, due to a last-minute cancellation of flight, he couldn't. But we are celebrating anyway also this opening of the camp. Me, personally, as a first secretary of the Italian Embassy, I am particularly proud of opening the first side event of this 8th EUSAIR Forum, and to open it through an initiative in which Italy is a protagonist, because, as you know, Emilia-Romagna has a lead of this project for institutional dialogue in the framework of the Euro-Med program. Italy has always been let's say, supportive towards macro-regional cooperation, and through this regional cooperation, a support to non-EU countries in their path to EU accession, namely here in Bosnia and Herzegovina. I wish to thank the EUSAIR Presidency of Bosnia and Herzegovina. I wish to thank all those who were involved in the organization of this innovation camp, and all those who will take part, European Commission, all the countries, participants and delegations. Actually, as I was saying, this 2 days event will tackle some of the most important issues that are related to the region nowadays in the EU perspective. I know, for example, that from the program of these 2 days, there will be a focus as well in the area of depopulation in rural areas. This is a sector in which not only the EU, but also Italy, and particularly Italy, has been very supportive towards the region. We are as well involved in other programs through our development cooperation, and we support as well another side event in the 8th EUSAIR Forum, together with SIA and Bari, the Agroeconomic Institute of Bari, which will address this issue as well. We are active as an embassy in this area, supporting not only rural development, but also sustainable tourism, and also biodiversity and development of areas with natural constraints. So it's a part of a wider mosaic, our participation here today. We wish that through this activity and this innovation camp in the framework of EUSAIR strategy, together with the Euro-Med program and the Interreg IPA ADRION program, you will have the opportunity to address all these issues and enrich the participation to the forum in this specific area. I would like to wish you successful and productive discussion, and I'm looking forward to hear in the future about your planned activities. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Lorenzo. Well, maybe I will stay here, it's easier. We have the last greeting from the representative of the Med National Contact Point. As you know, we are in the, let's say, we are hosted by the EUSAIR Forum, but our initiative is funded by another Interreg, that is the Euro-Med program, and so we have the greetings from the National Contact Point from Bosnia, so Dana Sokolovic. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies, representatives of the European Commission, joint secretariats, managing authorities, representatives of local, regional, and national authorities, national contact points, beneficiaries, dear guests. On behalf of the National Contact Point for Interreg Euro-Med program in Bosnia-Herzegovina, I would like to welcome you to the Innovation Camp, which is organized by Dialogue for Innovation project, one of the 7 governance projects approved within Interreg Euro-Med program in collaboration with the EUSAIR Presidency 2023 and the Interreg IPA ADRION program. For us as the NCP, it is a pleasure to have 2 partners from Bosnia-Herzegovina participating in governance projects. One being the National Authority, Directorate for European Integration of Bosnia-Herzegovina, participating in this institutional dialogue project, and the other being a civil society organization, CENER 21, participating in a thematic community project, Community for Innovation. Both beneficiaries have already participated in the previous perspective and have developed a strong cooperation network for future projects and are capitalizing from their experience. The Dialogue for Innovation project is contributing to a better governance and to a more innovative and sustainable economy in the Mediterranean, engaging with a large network of organizations from public sector, business, research, and civil organizations. It aims to improve the long-lasting conditions for a permanent institutional and social dialogue in the Mediterranean, bridging the transnational dimension with local solutions and increasing coordination, policy coherence, and alignment of actions for an innovative, sustainable economy. Whereas Community for Innovation's objective is to develop and enhance innovation capacities of end users, in particular business support organizations, NGOs, and public authorities from identified territories for the uptake of novel practices and solutions in order to facilitate the transition to a circular, climate-neutral, and resilient society. I'm proud that this civil society organization is also acting as the leader of the activity Observatory for Innovative Sustainable Economy in the Mediterranean. By taking part in governance projects, the project partners learn from each other, enhance the effectiveness of their own strategies, and develop a common voice for advocacy. Being all of them key actors of the Mediterranean, they will be able to spread these increased capacities and joint knowledge towards their own networks and collaborators around at local, regional, national, and European levels. These projects actually amplify synergies among territorial cooperation actions funded by several cross-border and transnational programs partially overlapping in the same Mediterranean area. I'm certain we will discover in depth on what they have intended to implement during the camp, and during the next 7 years, together with our partners, the program will work to make the region smarter, greener, and to improve the governance among the stakeholders. Without further ado, I wish you a fruitful and successful event with a lot of exchange and new contacts and ideas, and I am myself looking forward to 2 exciting days within this camp. Enjoy.
Thank you very much, Dana, for your kind word, but also for remembering the very ambitious task we have. So we hope we will be able to fulfill, but we have 7 years to do so, so you have time to forget about. Okay, we move actually to the first panel that is composed by representative of the Interreg, let's say, component, part of the cohesion policy. And we start because many things, I say for people online, many things are happening today here in this Congress Center. So we start with Jill Kittel from the European Commission, since he has other meetings to participate later, that will give our, let's say, an introduction from the point of view of the Commission on, let's say, the name of the session is related to the support that Interreg can give two territories to face common challenges. Now, more or less, you will see this will be basically the main topic of the day. So thank you very much, Gilles.
It's working? Yeah, it seems. Good morning, dear Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very glad to be with you. So I will say a few words about myself. I'm working for the Directorate General for Regional and Urban Policy in Brussels, so in the European Commission. The Directorate General is dealing with what we call cohesion policy. It's a very important policy for the Union. The purpose is really to reduce the disparities among our territories and within the territories among the societies, the communities. So that's really the overarching goal of the work that we're doing. More specifically about myself and my unit, we are dealing with what we call territorial cooperation, and I understand that's the topic today. So it's really how, in the context of the single market that we have created in Europe, we ensure that the borders are not obstacles, but on the contrary, they don't stop, let's say, the collaboration that we can have among us. And obviously, by extension, we have tried to expand this concept to the Balkans and also to other neighbored countries. So that's really the philosophy which is underlying the work that we are doing in Brussels. In that context, I'm very happy that I was invited to share some words with you. Also, I have to say, and I would like to emphasize, for us, innovation is something extremely important. It's extremely important for Europe. We know that, you see, that there are a lot of things happening in other continents that we need to watch carefully, and we need to be probably more competitive. I don't want to be too long in this introductory and this panel, although I'm absolutely happy to take any question. In that respect, I would like just to make a parenthesis. I will not be able, as it was said, to stay too long with you because I need to move to another meeting immediately afterwards. But if you have questions, we can meet afterwards. You see, I will be here until Thursday, so very happy, you see, to have a more, let's say, private conversation if there is any topic you think we could discuss. Back to the topic that was mentioned, and this idea of transnational cooperation in the innovation context, I would like to refer to the text which is in the agenda, where it is stated that the results of the innovation camp will be used to define the basis for the collaboration between the Euro-Med mission community and the user stakeholder networks. That's obviously something that we would welcome very much. But I would like to add 2 words to this. And again, in this context of transnational cooperation. The work that we're doing in DG Regio, especially here in the region, is also to help the regions to converge towards the EU. So that means obviously the transposition of the acquis. That's also to help you to develop your capacity, because that's not that easy. In that respect, cooperation, transnational cooperation matters very much. I want to add as well to when we are talking about convergence, that's something obviously on which we are working with DG NEAR. So I don't know how much you are familiar with the structure of the Commission, but DG NEAR is the Director General dealing with the enlargement issues. So that's obviously important for us to coordinate properly. And then the other word, which is actually in the subtitle, is cooperation. And cooperation is obviously essential. And first, this is not just a mean. This is primarily a policy or even a political objective. So really, by implementing the programs, Euro-Med, but others, the idea is really to foster networks, you see, to foster the cooperation that we can have together. Now about innovation, you know that this is related to our first policy objective in the cohesion policy. We call it PO1. And obviously, this is built on what we call the smart specialization strategies. I just want to flag that this is still ongoing for some IPA countries. They are not yet completely there with the smart specialization strategies. That's obviously something to consider. But nonetheless, if we look at the member states, what I think is very essential, and where I think indeed the work that you will do here is very important, is the governance process of the smart specialization, which is really crucial for the quality of what we can deliver. The capacities are also essential, and again, I think transnational cooperation is very important. So maybe you see now back to the IPA countries, as I say, they are not yet ready all with their smart specialization strategy. You might know that for us, for the member states under ERDF, we do not support projects which are not actually, let's say, supported by the smart specialization strategy of the member states. So in a way, it's a blocking factor. And in that context, why I'm saying this? Because there is an important program by Horizon Europe that we call widening program, which is very important and which is certainly something that you need to exploit when you want to cooperate, okay? Because that's really the, let's say, the opening that we have to work for the region on those topics, and again, in a spirit of cooperation. Referring again to Horizon Europe, I would like also to mention, I hope you are aware that there will be soon a ministerial meeting of the steering platform on education and training and research and innovation in Skopje on the 4th, from the 4th to the 6th of June. That will be also very important, and that will pave the way, you see, for all the work that we can do today. And maybe the last word that I would like to mention, you see, again, to set the scene, is to really praise the work done by Interact. Interact is an Interreg program supporting all other programs. And in the context of the discussion that we have today, they have a specific instrument that they call the MedLab group, which is a very useful and interesting, let's say, platform, helping actually all the programs of the region to cooperate, to create synergies, not only, I have to say, in the innovation sector, but obviously as well. And really, the colleagues are extremely committed, extremely helpful, and I would encourage you also to, let's say, rely on their work, because that's really, I think, very important. So to conclude, I would like to refer to a quote that I already mentioned in other, let's say, sessions, but it seems that it's an African slogan. But I think it's very true, very applicable in our situation. If you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. And that's really what we are trying to do. So I would want to thank you. And I'm convinced it will be very successful. So thank you again for the invitation. And I wish you a good work. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Gilles, again for your word. We didn't agree its intervention, but you said something very, very aligned with our, let's say, scope and what we want to do. So really, really thanks a lot. Before going to the next speaker, we try if we can launch a Slido, because we know we have people connecting online, and of course it's always very difficult to, let's say, interact and to involve the people at distance. So we prepared very simple, maybe I can move from here so you can see it, a very simple Slido poll. We will have a few questions during the morning. So we kindly ask you, all people here in the room, but also people connected online, to take part in the poll, scanning the QR code or just joining at slido.com, putting the code hashtag 5860251. So you will see there is a first question that actually is very simple, but it's just to check that everything works. I guess there will be more difficult question afterwards, so get ready. But okay, so just to, let's say, we want to hear the opinion of you in the room. We are many people also here in the room, and so digital facilities, let's say, can help us. Okay, we see some people are connecting, so we wait a few seconds of course, most of us are in Sarajevo. Good, so we let some minutes to go this presentation. In the meanwhile, I invite the next two panelists, so Isabel and Lucia, because to go on with this panel on Interreg, we have the pleasure to have two representatives of the two programs, let's say, contributing to the organization of this innovation camps. So we start with the Euro-Med, Interreg Euro-Med program, 2021-2027. So, Isabel, when you want, you can get ready. And in the meanwhile, I see people are increasing, so we can keep it still for a few seconds, and then we will have also the representative from the Interreg IPA Transnational Cooperation Program, that is ADRION, in a way more related, no? It's your family program here at the EUSAIR Forum. But we really, as Jill said, we want to start also promoting this collaboration across program, because at the end of the day, the stakeholders are the same, no? And so we don't need to stick too much to the borders of the program. Okay, so keep the link for the Slido open, because there will be other questions following. Then we will see the results maybe at the end, so the results of different questions. And maybe I think we can go back and switch to the PowerPoint presentation, because Isabel, you have slides, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
So just shortly introduce myself while the PowerPoint is being screened. My name is Isabelle Nobio. I'm working as a project officer, especially on innovation within the Joint Secretariat of the Interreg Euro-Med program. I will just briefly go through the program framework, approach, and architecture. As you probably know, the Interreg Euro-Med program is a European cooperation territorial program bringing together 69 regions from 14 countries. We have 2 new countries for this new programming period, and a total budget is 269 million or 63 million. Sorry, I don't have my note, but it's all on the PowerPoint that will be disclosed. The backbone of a program is the environmental dimension of all our activity. As you see here in a nutshell, the idea is to bring together within this journey that are European territorial programs, all the main stakeholders through her project, but also through the implementation of the program. A program is structured around 4 missions that act as a portfolio of projects. We have a mission nickname innovation, but is actually innovative sustainable economy, which encompass 2 specific objectives, 1.1 advance and uptake of technologies, and 1.6 circular economy. We have then a mission on natural heritage, a mission on green living areas, and a mission that is more transversal on tourism that tackle all the different objectives that have been selected by the program. We fund 2 types of projects. Dana explained to you the different governance projects. So we have thematic projects, test, studies, transfer project, and strategic territorial project, and governance project. Her governance approach is quite important. We have an amplification strategies that has been approved by the steering committee of the program, and it takes base on the result of the previous programming, which was quite an integrated approach, but step by step. Then we try to build on the legacy of the horizontal project, of the Panoramed project for this current period, and encompass it as a collective state of mind where everybody has a role to play. From the project, from the thematic project to the governance, to the joint secretariat, to the NCPs, to the initiatives, to the commission. I mean, all the environment and the architecture we were referring to. Very quickly, the implementation of the program. We launched our first call last year, and we choose to begin with the governance project to have a framework, and also to continue to work on the results of the previous programming and other results. We choose her 4 governance projects, 2 per missions. We also launch in June next year a thematic call for projects. We actually, in the selection process, we choose to tackle all the mission, all kind of projects besides the strategic territorial project that will be, let's say, choose next year. Probably we will send a new call for proposal on territorial project in 2004. But right now, we are still in the first phase of assessment. We will present our project to the monitoring committee in Ljubljana. First because we have 2-step assessment process. We receive a lot of projects. So the first, let's say, shortlisted project will be presented in June to the monitoring committee in Madrid. And the second batch will be presented for approval in Ljubljana in November. We intend to select between 40 to 35 projects. It may change, but it means that it is around 10 projects per mission. I will just give you, probably you won't see anything, but okay, some facts and figures. In terms, we receive more than almost 300 projects, so it's quite a lot. It's good because it's for us it's a success. It was the first massive call. There were very few mistakes on mission and specific objective, which for us it's a good news because it was not such an obvious architecture. Italy and Greece are the main country represented in this call. It's more or less equilibrated around mission. Between the mission, the repartition of projects is more or less equilibrated in terms of amount per mission. For mission in nickname innovation, we had a little bit more than 80. I think we had 83 projects. In each category, there is quite a lot of. I'm sorry, you can't see anything on the subject on the statistic. There are quite a lot of projects for testing. Within mission innovation, the majority of the projects are study projects, which we receive quite a lot of projects of study project for this mission. And test project. For sustainable tourism, the majority of the projects are transfer projects. So this is rather interesting. We didn't do any further analysis. We didn't do any, let's say, thematic analysis, but it's quite quite interesting. So-called IPA countries are participate quite a lot, even more than, let's say, traditional country like France, which is it's interesting and it's good news for us. So we're very happy. For Bosnia, I think it's around 4% or 3%. I can't see from here. But overall, you have, from IPA countries, you have lead partners also, which is a novelty under this new program, and it works because we had proposal. In terms of thematic, what we received under mission innovation is very broad, but also because that was the intention. And so we'll see what, but it's interesting to see what comes from the ground in terms of thematic, in terms of approach also, because we have quite a lot of transversal project innovation as tool for development, and we have also a targeted project on specific innovative issues. So it's quite a balanced package of project that we get. I'm going to switch now to our activity, our licensing activity, let's say, in terms of program, which is another part of our approach. It's a state, or sorry, I said sign roadmap. We know with who we signed the roadmap. Sorry, no. But we had to basically we are developing coordination activities with program, with initiative, and also with the commissions. We had to put them a little bit on hold this last time because 3 persons left within the GS team. So that's normal professional life, but it takes time then to have new person. So basically what we've done at the beginning of the program is to enhance contacts with different programs. We signed a roadmap with EIT, Urban Mobility. We're about to sign a roadmap with the PRIMA program. So we are going on. The first step would be to exchange information between different programs, also to help us to spot the project results that could be interesting to highlight for a call for proposal, and also to show her project to other people. So that's the first step, to exchange information about the project. But then we can go further, there's a vast variety of working together with different programs. Now it's the beginning, so it's more exchange on information, and the most advanced initiative within this state-of-the-art is the flagship initiative on tourism, on sustainable tourism, which was born between the Interreg Med program and the Maritimo. We had a launching event in May, which was quite a success. So that's the approach could be very interesting. It's very concrete, and lots of program wanted to participate. So we were quite happy with the result, and this would be made concrete with the signature of a roadmap or a memorandum of understanding, where you have different sets of activity to carry on together. Coordination with initiative, DGs, and so on. We are basically working with everybody that's interested in working with us. So we worked a lot with DG Mare, with the Blue Growth Initiative, so that's the follow-up. We work also with EUSAIR and EUSAIR, other macro-regional strategy. We begin to work with ADEM at national level on circular economy too. We signed agreements also with 2 initiatives, WestMed and the UFM. And the UFM agreement is quite interesting because it has two aspects. The first one that we share in common with WestMed is the coordination and the information activities, basically working together, exchanging information, exchanging project results, getting contribution on our calls and so on. And the particularity of the relationship with the UFM is that we actually her approach under the previous governance approach under the previous programming was labeled as a whole by the UFM, and then as a consequence the current governance projects are labeled by the UFM. And it means that practically we also implement common action, and for instance so we participate also to the different working groups that are listed around, that are listed here. But one interesting thing was to organize information seminar during the call to motivate partners from the southern shore of the Mediterranean to also collaborate with us with our project as associated partners, because they can bring an interesting added value. And it's a bridge also, the pollution and environment, which is the backbone of the program, as of course No Frontier. And this results into, it has been taken into consideration in the current project, and we have actually associated partner coming from the southern shore. So that's also the beginning of something. That's all for me. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Isabel. Just to remind everyone that even if you don't see the slides very well, you will receive, because we will send to all people registered, so you will have all the data. And of course, we will be available for any question also to, let's say, to forward to the speakers. So we go to the next one, to Lucia Cagliari from the Interreg IPA ADRION Joint Secretariat. So my colleagues actually are the Emilia-Romagna region, let's say, so we come both from Bologna. Lucia, the floor is yours. I think we wait for your slide.
In the meanwhile, hello to everybody. My name is Lucia Cagliari. I work as project officer within the ADRION JS, and my presentation would like to provide you with some information in relation to the contribution that our Interreg IPA ADRION 2021-2027 would like to offer to the strengthening of a sustainable and innovative economy into the Adriatic Ionian region. So first of all, let me introduce you some novelties that, let's say, relates to the new IPA program. The program has a wider geographical area, which includes an additional IPA country, North Macedonia, and the Republic of San Marino. Due to this enlargement on the IPA side, the program has changed its name from ADRION program into IPA ADRION program. The overall budget of the program has been increased, roughly of the 36%, for an overall financial envelope of 136 million euro. The program thematically is strongly focused on innovation and environmental issues. And in addition, the program, based on the updated EU regulation, fully implements the macro-regional strategy within its flagship and governance. And in addition, it supports the most relevant European strategies, such as smart specialization strategies, EU Green Deal, and so on. As said, the coverage has been enlarged, and in this way, it's fully aligned with the geographical coverage of the macro-regional strategy and strongly supports the enlargement process in the area. As said, the focus at thematical level is strongly, let's say, devoted to innovation and to environmental issues. The two priority axes, the priority axis 1 supporting a smarter Adriatic region, and priority axis 2 supporting a greener and climate resilient Adriatic region, overall absorb 103 million euro, which is 75% of the total financial envelope of the program. In this way, the program will be able to fund roughly 70 projects, considering 1.5 million of project budgets as an average, and therefore the impact in the area will be guaranteed in relation to these thematic topics. A minor role is played by sustainable freight transport, and then we have, let's say, specific measure devoted to the governance of the macro-regional strategies that will be implemented under priority axis 4. As said, the priority axis 1 devoted to innovation has chosen the following two specific objectives. One is strengthening on innovation capacities in the area, and the other supports the development of skills. Such choice is based on the outcomes of the territorial analysis that has been performed in the area, and that highlighted several needs related to innovation, which are connected to territorial disparities in terms of, let's say, innovation performance and the general low cooperation level when talking about the quadruple helix level. 4 specific objectives are included under priority axis 2, going from climate change resilience to circular economy, supporting preservation and protection at environmental level, and as well sustainable urban mobility. We can say that the program has adopted a cross-cutting holistic approach that combines innovation to environmental safeguard. And in this sense, these topics has been chosen. The topics are several and relates to different sectors, and this is in continuation with what implementing in the past 20 programming period. But the focus is relevant relevant is, as you can see, is on environmental and in issues, among which sustainable blue economy, green innovation, green technologies, industry and digital technologies, and smart specialization strategies development at the regional level as well. What is also important is the development of cluster related to the emerging sectors, such as blue economies, industries, and so on. The overall, let's say, budget devoted to these specific objectives is roughly 30 million euro. Additional details that we can say in relation to this specific objective connected to the innovation capacity is that beyond the construction of, let's say, a smart and efficient innovation system and the transition toward a greener and blue digital economy, there is a focus of interest on the lagging behind areas detected in the region in order to allow the take-up of innovation. And as said, the strengthening of cooperation into the quadruple helix, which is a need detected in the area, and the creation of new cluster-to-cluster cooperation, and as well the consolidation of research and business networks. The second specific objective is devoted to skills development. As you can see, it's also focused on the implementation, monitoring, design of smart specialization strategies, and it will be devoted to the implementation of the master's programs that are under definition into this current programming period within the fifth call. These masters relates to several environmental issues such as circular economy, energies, and so on. The IPA ADRION program confirms being a policy driver program. In this sense, it supports and funds only soft measures that must be conceived at transnational level. So the output indicator that the projects that will be funded by the program are requested to achieve are related to policy instruments such as strategies and action plan, pilot action, and network as well. In continuation with this current programming period, the IPA ADRION program supports, as said, fully supports the implementation of the EUSAIR flagship priorities, continue the activities of capitalization and clustering among the projects, and as a novelty, we introduce and set up several collaboration and synergies with different programs, not only at the European territorial cooperation level, but at different level. This is intended as an opportunity for the best performing projects to have a fast track funding for expanding the results achieved into the IPA ADRION program. So this is considered as a leverage effect. So just a brief overview on our first call that has been launched on 4th of April and will be closed at the end of June. The overall financial allocation is roughly 35% of the total budget, so is roughly 65 million euro, and it addresses to all the priority axes 1, 2, and 3, to all specific objectives except the one devoted to the finance of the masters, and to a set of pre-identified indicative actions. So the call is not to be intended an open one, but is thematically focused on specific issues that are mostly related to the implementation of the EUSAIR flagship and to the contribution to the Green Deal. In fact, let's say on the all information, application package and presentation, let's say in depth on the content of the call are available on our website. And in relation to the innovation specific objectives strengthening innovation capacities, you can see, as in this slide, that the main objective is focused on sustainable blue economy, green innovation, click technology, and smart specialization strategies. And the overall budget is roughly 17 million euros. So in case you are interested in participating to our call, please consider that these topics are now on the table. That's all from my side, and thank you for having invited to your event.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Lucia. So if people are in the area and you want to translate, let's say, all these things we are going to talk on, how we can cooperate on innovation, there is also an open call at the moment, but there will be other in the future. Lucia, you didn't mention, but if someone is interested even more to learn more about these initiatives on let's say, promoting the feasibility for this possible transnational master to improve the cooperation and also development of skills in the region, Adrion is organizing another event on Thursday morning. So if interested, please register and go also to the other one because they will give more details. We close this session with Georges Mansour, who is representing here the Mediterranean Youth Council, because of course, let's say, we are, and you will see later, now we are very much interested in understanding and enacting on how cooperating together can allow us to face common challenges, but challenges are very present, but most of these challenges are really for the future also, and so we need to engage especially with young people. So we are very happy, Georges, to have you here. And I have to say all the programs and initiatives are even more, let's say, understanding and trying to translate also in something more concrete than understanding the importance to involve young people also in these initiatives and in policies, because this has not always been the case. So very, very happy to have here. Thank you to be here. The floor is yours.
It's my pleasure. Good morning. I hope you are doing well. I am George, part of Mediterranean Youth Council. Yes. Okay.
To the technical support, because let's say everything is working very well.
Perfect. So we are a council that contains of 40 young people from 18 to 30 our age, and we are gender balanced between youth from northern and southern Mediterranean. In brief, like we working with co-presidency from also southern and northern Mediterranean after this. So MOIC is it was like so many years of work till it happens in Marseille to 2022. Also, our co-presidency are Ibtisam from Algeria, and we have Alessandro from Italy. And the aim of the council is not, it's clear, like not many things, but we advocate and act. It's not only advocating. And in terms of governance, MOIC has a committee support coordinated by La Tête d'Art. The types of the committee support are our presidency and the co-presidency from south and north of the Mediterranean. And second thing is Mediterranean institution like Inter-Mediterranean Commission, part of CBMR. And lastly is civil society head of network, AFCM. And briefly, the role of the committee support is facilitate the connection with experts and politics. And secondly is the logistical part. Third is invitation to the event, like this event. Finally is the financial support. Back to our council, we are working on 5 thematic groups, which are digitalization, gender and discrimination, environmental and the climate, and economy, education and entrepreneurship. Lastly, society and interculturality. finally, we are in Volcan region, and as per our DNA, advocacy can't be separated from action. And we plan for each year to make something called mid-action. Mid-action is like an event or implement something on ground in our territories from southern and northern Mediterranean from the 40 active members. And we already implement something in last October, and the upcoming action is in 1st of June, so 2nd of June. Secondly, we are happy to be part of this innovation camp. We are happy, and I was like thinking why I am happy because I am here. But I found because the Balkan region has a perfect combination of mix of culture, challenges, and solution that we can find in the Mediterranean itself. Even if the role of MOIC is wider than Balkans, Balkans is a strategic region for MOIC strategy. Go directly to the topic of innovation. We can assume there is no innovation without cooperation, and without debates, and without contextualization, and use is for the key element of innovation. Use is the key element of innovation. One of the key innovations should be also in the evaluation of governance bodies and the key role of young people in it. That's why we think we have a legitimate role in this place, in this innovation camp. And to finish my speech, it's important to highlight the exchanging ideas and point of views, and one part of the job must be done after translating the ideas to decisions. If we just like speak without action, it's nothing. And action must be through clear process. And very last point, don't hesitate to join our workshop tomorrow in EUSAIR forum. That's it.
Thank you very much, George. We will be busy with our workshop in the Innovation Camp tomorrow, so we are sorry. And all the people here, you cannot go to other sessions. And so you have to stay with us. We know some of you, some of the council will participate in the workshop. We are very happy because, let's say, we really want to work together. No? I think I can speak on behalf of all the partners, at least in our project. We really want to commit in the next 7 years to really involve you, but not only in event, but really making something specifically with you, and let's say empowering the input that you can give for us to translate and to maybe forward, let's say, and to embed in the policy. So this will be something that we will explore for sure, but we will be in contact. Thank you very much. Before going to the next part, let's say we can have again another slide. Or at least we foresaw another slide that, if I remember well, I anticipate, and then let's see if it is true. Since we closed this panel on the Interreg cooperation, let's say we just wanted to learn your opinion on how, in your perception, European territorial cooperation that has been presented in Interreg is really relevant and impactful. Please be honest. I mean, we do not need to be polite. So please be honest if you really think that it can be relevant to improve the policies, can have a concrete, a real impact. So you are already doing so perfect. Again, you can just scan the QR code, or the code that maybe you cannot see beyond the chair is 5860-251. I'm not so sure that we are very honest, but anyway, I trust the voice of the people, let's say, and the majority think, okay, now we are getting more balancing. I'm not voting, but let's say, probably most of us, I don't know if people are answering also from online, most of us are in a way related or fond of territorial cooperation. So good for the JS and the managing authorities to know that people think that Interreg can be very impactful. I say can be. Yeah, I know, but it's anonymous. So really you can be honest. Anyway, we are, of course, we are very much committed on this, also as partner in this kind of activity. So we agree, and our mission actually is, you will see in a few moments, is exactly how to really improve even this. But it's nice to see that at least in this environment, let's say, in this network, we are, let's say, confident of the potential and possibilities of cooperation. So very, very happy. And we have 0 and 0 for the few. So very, very happy of this result. We'll send to the Commission, even if now Gilles is not with us. Okay, I think the question can remain open until the next one, but since more or less we are not so much delayed, we go to the next speaker. That is Matija Pavlovčić. So let's say, we change scenario. We start moving to talk about innovation, so less about cooperation and innovation, and we decided to start having this speech since we are in the EUSAIR forum, no? So to have a short introduction on how innovation has been considered in EUSAIR, so until now, and maybe how it can be considered in the future. And so our intention is to understand also if we can contribute to make some contribution to make it even more relevant. Okay, so Matija, the floor is yours. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alessandro. Like this, okay? Yes, the technicians has mentioned that with the voice there is for the online participants some challenge. Yeah, so yes, thank you very much, Alessandro, for introduction. Thank you very much for all the programs. Thank you also very much for the project to be today here with us. My name is Matija Pavlovčić, coming from the EUSAIR Facility Point lead partner team. We were very much, or let's say the innovation was the topic, is our topic. And I will present you shortly what we have done in these years, but since also what we have heard, I think it's also important that we approach, of course, and with all the experts, that we approach how we can improve. So I will also point out perhaps some areas where some support will be very much needed in the future. So I think it's very good that we are all very much involved. So if I may start. So the EU strategy for Adriatic and Ionian region was adopted in 2014, and our project started in May 2016. It is finishing in end of August this year, so we are very much at the end. The right time for sure to draw the line. The general objective was to promote sustainable economic and social prosperity in the region, also through through growth and job creation, and so on. So innovation was one of the areas. However, we will hear more later. The project partners, so we were 9 project partners, 10 countries, 4 EU countries and 6 non-EU countries, 2 joining, North Macedonia and San Marino joining during the last 2 years. Within the project, so primarily our role as a project partners was to support the key implementers. So governing board and thematic steering groups, so pillars, administrative and operational support in their governance. We are financed by Interreg ADRION. So this was, let's say, our primary activities. However, innovation was defined in the activity 1.2. Here you can see the deliverables, which were, if I may express, quite widely defined. Each pillar received one innovation expert, which role was to align the work of innovation in the pillar. Research and innovation was a horizontal topic, so it should be discussed at least at one TSG meeting. There were 2 TSG meetings usually per year. And innovation capacity building was the role of the partners in the project. So we were working on the, let's say, smart specialization strategies. More about this later on. But yeah, these were the deliverables. In 2 pillars, the thematic steering group members decided to be more concrete, to define, for example, in pillar 1, in all of 3 topics, the research, innovation, and business opportunities were mentioned in all of these 3 topics. In pillar 4, also one of the objectives was related to innovation. So about the results, just briefly, there were 2 thematic papers delivered in the pillar 1, also related to smart specialization strategies, like in the analysis. There was international conference organized for the thematic steering group members, and also the capacity building event. In the pillar 3, recently there was an event on the circular economy and the study, so the analysis done on how to stimulate eco-innovation. Pillar 3, there were 3 analyses created. Firstly, analyzed the innovative projects, and then with a focus on the sustainable tourism, also some policy recommendations were given in the report 3. So quite theoretically until, and practically until now. However, we as a project partners, our aim was to strengthen the innovation capacity, let's say, to establish also the innovation community, to exchange the good practices. These were our goals. Also to create networking opportunities, and to see how, if we can also create some policy recommendations. We organized 4 events. We started in October 2020, which is perhaps a little bit late. However, the project started in 2016. Firstly, it was the first meetup of the smart specialization experts. These were quite, let's say, a starting point in the region, searching for the key people in the countries who is responsible for what. So let's say, trying to connect. In November 21, we presented actually, on the result of the first workshop was then also to focus, to connect on the flagships with the most inter-regional cooperation, let's say, potential. So environment protection and sustainable tourism were defined as the, let's say, topics to mostly work on. On the next event in March 22, we started to create innovation community with some basics. Let me just go a little bit further. I will come back. We had also the presentations of a GRC EUSAIR project included. Very thank you. Let me just mention. So in September 22, we organized the event on the circular economy. We all know that circular economy is a big topic, is a very important topic. And in March this year, also then a study tour visit to EU strategy for the Baltic Sea. Some of the conclusions were that there should be more workshops, should be also thematically focused, let's say developing the complementary initiatives, but a little bit more, that's actually on the basis of this we created and more on the circular economy event. Also, thank you very much thank you to DJ Mare for cooperation. However, to be honest, these events, there was always, I mean, there was a question, especially then at the end, so what? Yeah, in the sense, so what? So who does what, how, where? So I think that this was something that we can improve also in the future. Yes, and it's a very, I think it's a positive thing is that, let's say, among the positive thing also to continue in the future is this cross-macro-regional cooperation, so cooperation with other macro regions. Just briefly to mention, Professor Iacobucci and Dr. Ruggeri, they analyzed the connectivity of the smart specialization strategies of the EUSAIR countries with the pillars, and found out that 25%, even a little bit less than 25% were related to to somehow connected to the pillars thematic. This has improved now. This is graph for the future, for the next programming period, especially, I mean, for Italy. Why is interregional cooperation important? For sure, to pool the resources and to exploit complementaries. However, I think in the praxis it was quite a little bit challenging. So what we can say is that during these years, so let's say from 2016, we did some events, we analyzed the topic of innovation, very much also in the pillars. We explored the topics, considered also in the flagships. Pillars did also a very good job here. However, for the future, there is still a lot to do. Yes, these are, for example, some examples. Still, the topic of research innovation was a horizontal topic. So, as mentioned at the beginning, very broadly defined, very little concrete obligations. So, yeah, also then something, let's say, for the future to consider. Here are some examples, or let's say some suggestions from the experts, from the innovation experts that were involved in the work of the pillars. For sure, would need to be, let's say, industry a little bit more involved, regional authorities. Creation of the value chains is something for sure to consider more. But I think mostly, and especially talking about the governance, I think we would need to be more constant, more operational, and also more connected, connected in the sense of this operational way. So shortly, other macro regions, the NUP, the innovation is involved in the PA7 within different actions. I must say I like a little bit more the approach of the EU strategy for the Baltic Sea, where there is a special policy area. This would be like a pillar dedicated to innovation. Also then creating project applications and supporting flagship development. So a little bit more concrete with the obligations and responsibilities and goals. So for the future, we are now in the process of the revision of action plan of EUSAIR, and the research innovation will be a horizontal topic, also in the next programming period, also besides other topics. Smart specialization for sure included very much so in the innovation. And now is also the role of the TSG members to define the activities and measures. However, if you allow me to say, and I'm sure during these 2 days we will hear a lot of good practices, I think we might need to be a little bit more concrete also in this governance section, perhaps thinking to establish kind of a working group, or let's say small international team being more proactive in the area of innovation, perhaps also including digitalization, circular economy, or let's say to have an overview and very operationally also working on this, not to create just analysis just because of the analysis and because of the project demands, but to deliver also some concrete projects. I think this is now the right time for us because we have a good experience and very good basis in the region. So thank you very much again for the organizers and the programs to be here, and I look forward to this today's event to exchange with you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mattia. We'll come from the behind. And we hope you will stay with us working in the workshops. Okay, so you're committed in front of everyone. Thank you. Actually, this is time for my presentation, and then I promise you, let's say, I will leave the floor to someone else. First, we have another slide or question, if we can. Because we give you an introduction of this project. I introduced already myself. I'm Alessandro D'Avaio. In this case, I'm representing the lead partner of the institutional dialogue project in this mission, Innovative Sustainable Economy. As Isabel said, one of the 4 missions of the program. And after myself, Emma will complement the representation from the point of view of the thematic community. So we are 2 governance projects working together. From my side, let's say from Emilia-Romagna, the lead partner, of course, we have a team. We have Stefania here, and Gabriele and Irene, I guess, connected from home, and Caterina Brancaleoni, our manager, who is the representative of the, let's say, of the lead partner formally. So let's say if I move. Perfect. To start this presentation, and I will try to be quick, I reused 2 slides that I made a few years ago just to try to be coherent with myself. We are funded under the specific objective that is an Interreg specific objective that is called in the European regulation better cooperation governance. How we intend, what do we mean with this better cooperation governance? We understand this can be improved at different levels. So in a way, we can work on the policy governance. So the governance of the relation on the different components within the policies, and we are in the cohesion policy, because our broad domain is European cohesion policies, not just territorial cooperation. So the task that has been assigned to us as governance project is to work to improve this policy governance. That means I underline three layers. So in a way, capitalize the result of the thematic projects. No? Isabel said in our mission, probably we will have, I don't know in total, but from 10 to 15 projects we will work with. So we need to work with them to improve their impact, so to capitalize resources. But then, of course, it's very important that we do not remain limited in our program. That's why here we started to work with ADRION, but let's say we want to work with other initiatives. And also with the main strand of cohesion policies, that is the investment for jobs and growth. So in a way, coordinate within the policy, especially cohesion policy. And then, of course, the broader layer is cooperate and create synergies with other programs. The Jill from the European Commission underlined that, of course, there are many other policies, and then, for example, we will also representative from DG Mare, many other sectoral policies are interconnected with what we are going to do. But we need to find a way, let's say, not to multiply initiatives, but in a way to try to streamline and to improve the synergies, because territorial cooperation has an added value, making people working together. At the end of the day, this is the main, and this is a value added that can be also, let's say, transferred to other policies or incorporated in other policies, or we can create synergies with the other. In this way, so improving the policy governance, of course, the objective is to improve also the territorial governance. So how in the regions, the relationship among stakeholders can be better, because this for us, in our mind, is conducive to better development. And the the specific idea is sustainable development we have that is very much, let's say, very challenging, very much, much more difficult maybe also than traditional development policies, because we really need to change our socioeconomic model of life. So this is very challenging, and that's why working together could be easier. So again, improving the connection of the governance in the area. There are many initiatives in the Balkans, for example, but also in the Mediterranean, and maybe we need to find a way that exactly we work together in a positive way. Again, we still again improve the impact of the action on the real beneficiaries on the territories. Formally, the program tell us to follow these three objectives, but more or less is what I said. So we can facilitate the sharing and reuse of knowledge, just to, let's say, to capitalize what is already being produced. One of the problems we have with projects is fragmentation, so try to reduce this kind. But also transferring the practices from a policy area to another, because again, this is an important way to learn and to improve the capacity, and increase coordination, as I said, so streamlining with the other initiatives. Just trying to go quick. So in a way, we work on two, let's say, from 2 points of view. If you look from the bottom up, the objective is to amplify the impact of the result of the projects, of the action the policy is funding. So also making better policies in the territories. We will talk often about improving capacity to making policy. But if we, let's say, if we look it from top down, the idea is also that we can have a role, territorial cooperation can have a role in bridging these wider policies at European and transnational level with people on the ground. Because I guess one of the really the positive point of territorial cooperation is the large number of stakeholders involved, because they fund projects basically, but also because you go in every single place, let's say, country, region, so you really can involve people on the ground. And this is a challenge that we know that, for example, for international policies, we do remember that the European cohesion policy has a new objective that is bringing Europe closer to citizens. No? In a way, we think we should remind ourselves that we have a responsibility also in this direction. So, as I said, we have two governance projects. In a way, we are two faces of the same medal. So I don't know, I use this image. I'm representing specifically the institutional dialogue project. Emma will go more deeper in the thematic community. The thematic community will work more with the projects funded in Interreg. The institutional dialogue, let's say, should be more outward oriented. So we are more the one making liaising and coordinations with the others. But of course, this is a job that we are doing together. And actually, we have started in January, but we are really working a lot together. From our side, this is let's say, some figures on the project. Midat already said this morning, we have 9 partners. We are very proud of the partners we have. 4, let's say, government, public authorities, 2 regions and 2 national levels. And let's say, this is in itself a strong value added, we think, for ourselves. Also having national authorities that are really connected also to international part. We have networks, because of course our scope is the whole Euro-Mediterranean region that is very wide. So we have specifically 2 networks. One is the Conference of Peripheral and Maritime Regions, covering specifically the Inter-Mediterranean Commission, so working at the Mediterranean level with the regional administration, basically, and the Adriatic Ionian Macroregion. So smaller geographical scope, but also going lower to the level of government, so also to local authorities. And then we have some sectoral agencies in a way, organization with sectoral expertise. So we have actually one agency, Medway Civil Regional Activity Center of the UNEP map, so the program from the United Nations for the environment in the Mediterranean. They are working specifically on circular economy, just to simplify. The ADEME, that is the agency, the French Agency for Ecological Transition, again, very specifically working on the topic of our mission. And we also have an SME from Bulgaria, Open Space, which has specific competencies also on social innovation and facilitation. And you will test these competencies because they are going to facilitate all the workshop sessions we are having. We also have several associated partners. The only part I want to underline is that we are a small project. As you can see, the budget is very, very long project, so 7 years. Small project with big partners. So in a way, we rely more on the capacity of the partners rather than on the capacity of the project itself. Here I try to summarize everything we are going to do. Of course, I don't go on the details. We will have time to present them better. Our understanding of that idea of better governance, as I said, is very much related to starting from the challenges. So if we want to improve the policies, we need to deepen and also to spread the understanding on the challenges related to sustainability transition. This seems easy, but it's not. The second is also to increase the potential of the projects to be oriented and related, relevant, impactful on these challenges. Again, very, very difficult because the scale of the problems are very, very different. And the way we think we can do that is increasing the awareness of the capacity of the stakeholders involved in doing this kind of process. So, as I said, we have a small project. We cannot impact on the specific dynamics, but we would like at least to impact on the capacity of the actors, also on the, let's say, on the mindset of the actors, orienting specifically in this idea of we need to move toward a more sustainable development models. We are doing this with several activities related to this objective that I mentioned, including, for example, this innovation camp that for us, this is the worst one. And let's say, we will work at 2 levels. So we see here 2 acronyms that are not understandable from your side, but we would like to work locally with policymakers in what we call transformative innovation policy labs. So we need to work with real policies, with real actors making the policies. Otherwise, we talk about it, but we never go to specific experience. This will be open. We will make a call also to involve actors that want to organize and host a TIPOL. So for the future, because we will need time to do that, but for the future, think about that you could express your interest in being involved in these kind of activities. And the other level we are going to work, let's say, is the Mediterranean scale. So trying to create a sort of community and hub as a facility to facilitate the gathering of the stakeholders in order to promote, in this case, exchange capitalization and let's say, also, as we said, increase the voice of the Mediterranean. Also the visibility of what is happening in the Mediterranean, but also the capacity of this large region to make the real challenges more visible and also maybe more followed in the international agenda. Here I summarize some of the opportunities which are, let's say, some of the activities open to external stakeholders. Basically, most of our activities will be addressed to external stakeholders. We are not working for the partners. We have all the partners mobilized to work for the other, for all the Mediterranean region. And I focus again on what will be the largest for us will really be capacity building. We will try different format, and we are open to also input from you in general, from the potential people interested to design this. And we have also been thinking let's say, to have specific bodies, we can say like that, to involve some of these institutions. Of course, we cannot have hundreds and hundreds, but some of the networks and other actors which have our same mindset, let's say, to involve in our steering activities. So in this body that will help us to co-create, because for us it will be very important what we are going to do in the next 7 years to be co-created, to be relevant for the beneficiaries. So we have not decided already all the details of what we want to do. We are open to listen from and to see what will happen also during the years. Okay, I think I closed my part, and of course I've been longer than I took few times from the coffee break. Emma, you can complement on the thematic community.
Okay. Hello. So hello everyone. My name is Emma Midžić, and I am the part of the Community for Innovation project and a representative of Center for Energy, Environment and Resources, CENER 21 from Bosnia and Herzegovina, and I'm proud to be a part of this endeavor. So the thematic. Okay. The thematic community project, along with the policy alignment ensured by the institutional dialogue project, embraces the know-how of the mission scope. It focuses on improving the capacities of policy makers and stakeholders, including institutional bodies, business sector, research sphere, and citizens, and promoting multi-level coordination for better Mediterranean governance. Community for Innovation acts as a powerful bridge connecting stakeholders from different expectations and different ambitions. Harnessing the power of innovative solutions, we aim to overcome we work diligently to achieve the mission's goals. Today, I'm honored to introduce the exceptional partnerships behind the Community for Innovation project. Our partnership consists of 10 organizations from 7 different countries, involving Spain, France, Italy, Greece, Bosnia and Herzegovina, Bulgaria, and Belgium. With a diverse range of partners, including universities, research centers, clusters, NGOs, SMEs, and international organizations, we form a powerful quadruple helix innovation system. Furthermore, we are supported by 12 associated partners, which include national ministries, cities, business networks, and international programs that covers the whole Mediterranean region. The collaborative network ensures the involvement of key stakeholders and enables us to tap into the wealth of knowledge and experience. The project draws upon the expertise gained from our participation in Interreg Med thematic communities and various EU projects and initiatives, which are focused on the blue, green, and social economy. This collective experience positions us well to understand, analyze, and assist the results of thematic projects, paving our way for the effective transfer of knowledge. Each partner brings his own unique expertise and perspectives to the project, and together we form a strong and diverse consortium united in our commitment to driving the sustainable change in the Mediterranean. Now I would like to highlight some of the important steps of Community for Innovation project that we are taking to address the challenges facing the Mediterranean region. Our commitment to addressing these challenges collectively is evidenced through a series of strategic initiatives. We embark on the comprehensive carbon footprint assessment, ensuring that our project activities minimize environmental impact. By establishing synergies with other programs and initiatives, we create a collaborative environment where we can amplify our collective efforts. Advocacy for sustainable practices is a crucial role in our journey. We aim to influence policies and drive positive change, creating an environment that fosters innovation and sustainable development. Our approach emphasizes on flexibility as we adapt to ever-evolving circumstances and emerging challenges that we may encounter. Furthermore, we understand the importance of empowering actors to address MED challenges effectively through the Interreg MED Academy, capacity building initiatives, and mentoring programs. We equip individuals and organizations with the necessary tools, knowledge, and skills to contribute meaningfully to these collective missions. At the core of our endeavors, the Observatory for Innovative Sustainable Economy, the Open Monitoring Platform, and the Community of Practice will be established. These platforms serve as valuable resources for sharing knowledge, fostering collaboration, and bridging the gap between insights and actions. They also empower stakeholders to engage in sustainable practices and facilitate the integration of innovative solutions into the regional strategies. This project actively engages in policy labs and innovation sustainable economy hubs. It creates opportunities for policymakers, experts, and stakeholders to come together and to discuss policy development and implementation in the context of a sustainable economy. Together, through all these interconnected activities, we will deepen the understanding of Mediterranean region challenges, and we will promote sustainable transitions. We believe that by working collaboratively, we can create a sustainable and resilient Mediterranean that will benefit all of us. This is the old presentation. So I don't have the next slide. Okay, it doesn't matter. Now I would like to highlight the ongoing implementation of the powerful strategy within our project that aims to share and reuse knowledge, results, and experiences from the past and current thematic projects in the Mediterranean region. Our main objective is to establish conditions for identifying and utilizing actionable knowledge, fostering a strong community of practice. To achieve this objective, a comprehensive strategy is being developed, outlining planned activities. This includes creating of the observatory to monitor and compile relevant documents and designing an online platform to map and visualize data from stakeholders and projects in innovative sustainable economy across the Mediterranean and Europe. This platform will enable identifying opportunities, fostering synergies, and utilizing knowledge and outputs from the thematic projects. A crucial aspect is also the establishment of the community of practice to encourage collaboration and information sharing among the partners. So capacity building sessions will be held that will enhance partners' skills in communication, circular economy, smart specialization strategies, and emerging policies. A peer review process will evaluate the key results and enhance their transferability and replicability. And finally, a catalog of actionable knowledge will centralize all the relevant information for the stakeholders. These initiatives all aim to maximize the impact of the project results and contribute to the sustainable development of Mediterranean region. So I stand before you today representing the Center for Energy, Environment and Resources, Center 21, a non-governmental organization from Bosnia and Herzegovina with mission to promote, develop, and implement a systematic transition to a greener future in Balkan region. As part of the project, we will contribute to the analysis of the results and transferring activities in the Western Balkan region. Drawing from our experience and expertise, we will lead the Observatory for Innovative Sustainable Economy in the Mediterranean. The observatory will be a dynamic platform that maps and visualizes open data and, on sustainable economy projects and stakeholders. It will promote collaboration and provide valuable insight into our region. By connecting it with smart specialization strategy in Bosnia and Herzegovina, we can inform and shape regional strategies and drive economic growth. The observatory monitorings and dissemination of relevant documents and reports support the integration of innovative sustainable practices into regional strategies. It serves as a valuable resource for policymakers and decision makers seeking to incorporate sustainability into their development plans. The observatory bridges the gap between insights and the S3 context, enabling sustainable economic development and collaboration aligned with broader goals. In conclusion, we are proud to be part of this project. We are confident that by working together, we can make a long-lasting impact and create a better future for our communities. So thank you for your attention and support.
Thank you. As you understood, you will receive a most updated version of the presentation that was developed during the night. Just to tell you that, because we are working, just to tell and to stress that we are already on the social media. So please follow our channel on social media. You can find us on LinkedIn and Twitter with Go for Innovation, Gov for Innovation. Our website will be ready very soon. So you already find the link, but I think it's not already active. We also provided you an email if you want to contact us. But of course, for people here, we have possibility to talk. We go for the coffee break. Sorry, we kept some time more. For people online, I would say that we start not at 11:30, but 11:40, if we are good enough. And for people here, we go to a coffee break. If you do not follow us on the social media, you cannot have coffee. So please do before exiting the room. Thank you very much. We see at 11:40. So the final, before the last panel, we have the final speech. Very, let's say, for us, is really one of the pillars in the project and also in the innovation camp, because she was actually organizing most of it. So Tatiana Fernandez from Generalitat de Catalunya, and we go now in, let's say, our approach to innovation. So what we want to propose, and so please listen very careful, and then we will have time to interact. Thanks.
Thank you, Alessandro. I'm very happy to be here in Sarajevo, and now we are moving towards working a little bit in the innovation camp and what is the innovation camp about. I'm going to talk about smart specialization strategies, because the project we are working on, it's very related to smart specialization strategies, because what we are trying to do is to connect what is happening at the local and at regional level, what is happening in the Mediterranean level, and also at the European level, because at the end, it's about working together to address the SDGs, to arrive to the SDGs, to work for the European Green Deal in more effective ways, but starting from the local problems, because the problems that are in the territory are the relevant ones for the people, and it's where we start to move towards the SDGs. So, in the new period, in the period we are now, smart specialization strategies has moved from competitiveness towards the SDGs. So, smart specialization strategies in all regions, these are the strategies connected to European regional funds. They are about addressing the huge challenges that we have. It's not about making agriculture competitive, because if we make agriculture competitive with technology, but we don't have water, then it doesn't work for the territory. No? We need to address challenges like aging population, the population of rural areas, the lack of water, the increased prices of energy. We need to address these challenges in order for our economies to be more competitive, in order to create opportunities for the young people, and in order to move forward. No? So, addressing SDGs requires smart specialization strategies with transformative and systemic approaches. And it's easy to say and difficult to implement. But if we put it in the words of the Commissioner Maria Gabriel, transformative innovation requires a clear direction at political level. It requires also place-based strategies. It requires well-designed tools, entrepreneurial actors with the right skills, institutional capacity, very important, and it's here where we'll put the focus in institutional capacity. And we need also a culture open to policy experimentation and risk-taking. And we all know that all these things are very difficult to accomplish in our regions, in Mediterranean regions. No? To implement all that requires a lot of efforts, a lot of coordination, and a lot of skills that are not there in our public administrations. So when we are talking about smart specialization strategies, we are talking about something that looks like this picture, no? we are here and people are thinking about how this SDGs is like a puzzle, no? How we put all these kind of challenges together. We know we want to go there. There are many different pathways, and we need to find ways of working together in order to move in these right directions. And there are many people in other regions that have the similar problems, and it's about how we start from the local, from the challenges that are important to our everyday life, and how we move in this direction. And it's about that. And this, we can only do that if we take this transformative innovation approach and these systemic approaches. So we need to accept that we live in a complex world, that the world is complex. The challenges that we have are with challenges, and that everything is related. And it's not easy to, we have a problem, we find a solution, we pay some researchers, we pay a consultancy to find a solution. This doesn't work. We need to have these systemic approaches. And we need to understand some very basic things that are very important. For example, we need to understand that there are some very important global trends, like aging population, like climate change, this kind of global trends that we cannot fight against them. We need to work with them, because this is something that we cannot change from the local level, from the regional level, from the national level neither. So we need to understand these global challenges and these global trends, and we need to understand how they are affecting our business as usual, in public administrations, in companies, in civil society, because it challenges our way of life, no? These kind of challenges. And we need to understand that the systems are very difficult to change. So to change business as usual is the most difficult thing to do, because we have many researchers that are very specialized in doing research in what they are doing research. They invested a lot of years, a lot of resources in being good at what they are good at. And it's very difficult to make them work for another problem. And we have public administrations with a lot of bureaucracy, and to change processes, we know how difficult it is, but also to change the way of life, because all of us are aware of the huge challenges that we face, but not many of us. Probably we all came by plane, and so yeah, it's okay. It's difficult to change the way of life because society is organized in a way that is difficult to change. And we need to understand that it's not about finding easy solutions to complex problems, no? We need to understand global trends, that systems are very difficult to change, but at the same time, we know that there are people, there are researchers, there are communities of practice that are already working and experimenting with solutions to the current problems that we have, and with solutions that are more adapted to these global trends. And there are in every territory, because even in rural areas, there are some very smart people that are trying to do things in different way. And it's here, this energy that we need to work with these people, with these researchers, with these people trying to do different things in agriculture or in other sectors. We need to work with them with the global trends in order to make this pressure to help the systems to move towards the SDGs. It's not about changing the system, fighting the system. The system is not about to fight. It's about how we connect the different levels to help the system to move towards these desired directions that we want as society. And it's easy to say, but difficult to be done. So with this project, we try to help in all that. It's quite a challenge, but the good thing is that many people in this project, as Alessandro said, we are from public administration, so we are not researchers or experts from a consultancy, but we are, for example, I work in my region. I'm responsible for the smart specialization strategy in my region, so we are facing this kind of challenges, and we are trying to develop solutions to these challenges, but from the point of view of public administrations, because at the end, public administrations are the ones responsible to provide answers, to generate new regulations, to generate new incentives, new tax policies to move towards this direction. No? So with this project, our goal is to support smart specialization strategies. They are working at local, regional, or national level, depending on the country, because these smart specialization strategies need to help to achieve the MED challenges and also to help to achieve the EU challenges. So we are going to, it's about experimentation because, as I said before, we don't know how we are going to move. We need to try things and experiment things, and especially focusing on capacity building to see that the challenges we are facing are not easy to be solved. So we are going to work with these transformative innovation policy labs. So we need, what we have learned the last years of working in this field, is that we need new spaces in which it's not only about dialogue, it's not about putting together researchers, public administration, civil society, and companies to work about the specialization or about whatever. It's about understanding together what kind of challenges do we have, how do we want to move forward, and then try different things. And we need these spaces in which different kind of dialogues happen, but they are dialogues, not making a strategy or trying to coordinate different instruments, but trying to activate collective action. And it starts always at local level. But this local level, as I say, it's connected to the Med level, because at the end in the Mediterranean, in the Interreg, Euro-Interreg Med, there are many, they are paying also many technological solutions, innovation solutions, communities of practice that are developing new experiments. And it's important that these things happening in the Mediterranean are understood and maybe are integrated in what is happening at the local level. So we need to make this connection, both sides, no? That the local level is more visible, but at the same time that the things happening in the Mediterranean are more visible for the local level, and we can make these connections. It's the main challenge of this project. So how are we going to do that? It's about providing methodologies, providing tools, all the knowledge that we have and that we have collected in the last year, and we are connected also, we are working with the European Commission, with the OECD. It's not that regional. So we want to make a difference in the sense that we are really trying to develop the new tools to address these challenges, but we cannot do it only with ourselves. We need really public administrations, regions, countries, local administrations that really want to work with this approach, experiment with us, and trying the tools and trying to define the new ways to do that. And this is what this project is about. And now, I have a last slide. So what are we talking about now? Because we are making the transition to Fernando, that he will talk about rural areas. At the end, this is an example of what we are working in Catalonia. We have, for example, a rural region. It has a big problem for the population because there are no opportunities for jobs for young people. They have an intensive production model with lots of contamination because livestock's very intensive, and it creates a lot of problems with the waste of these animals. But then at the same time, these people realize that maybe this waste of animals that is a problem for them in other regions of Europe, in Denmark, in Netherlands, these guys are selling their products and they are making businesses out of their waste. So it was like a shock for these people at the local area, no? And it's how you work with the real people, the farmers, the agriculture people, and they understand that the daily problems are connected to these global trends, and how you help them with researchers, with technology, to move in this direction. And this is what we are talking about. We need to work with what is happening at the local level, with the actors having the problems, facing the problems, but we need to provide them with support from public administrations, from researchers to do that. And with that, Fernando, I leave you the floor.
Thank you, Tatiana. It's a pleasure to follow you, and it's a difficult thing to talk after Tatiana, because she is always presenting things in a very nice way. So my presentation is not so dynamic, I think. But well, I'm Fernando Merida from the Joint Research Center of the European Commission, and I'm very grateful for being here. It's my first day in Sarajevo, so for me it's both an opportunity to share our activity and also for me to know the place and to enjoy the place. Well, you know that the JRC has been working in smart specialization for more than a decade, so we have acquired a great amount of knowledge and expertise about how these strategies, how innovation as a transversal driver has helped policies in different angles to increase the capacity of the territories. And we have learned about the difficulties and the challenges that regions have experienced in implementing smart specialization strategies. This experience that we have accumulated during these years has also been useful for us for understanding how different kind of territories face the problems that they have. And in terms of Tatiana's comments on how smart specialization has been evolving from competitiveness to sustainability, we have started working with rural areas, as rural areas is now a real important part of the European territories, and the European Commission has put a lot of attention in trying to solve the decline that rural areas are suffering for quite a long time. So in this situation, the European Commission has put in place two big strategies, two big initiatives that is going to affect rural territories and how the policies are going to be made in the coming years. The first, of course, more important strategy or initiative or policy that the European Commission is supporting is this related with the long-term vision for rural areas that has put a lot of emphasis in research and innovation as a part, a really important part for rural areas to put in place, for pay attention to, from this innovation perspective in order to try to solve or to tackle the problems. And the other leg of this initiative is the new European Innovation Agenda that has also integrated rural innovation as one of the drivers. So we have worked a lot in working in this Startup Village Forum, that is the initiative that the GRC is doing right now as part of these two communications, the communication on the long-term rural vision for rural areas and the new innovation agenda. The idea is to create an innovation forum that allows rural territories to discuss and to understand better what are the situations they are facing and in which way this situation can be changed. As Tatiana said, we are going to follow this evolution perspective in trying to accommodate our solutions to the real situations. We are working in an evolution model rather than a revolution model because of these difficulties we are facing and these difficulties that are beyond, in most of the cases, beyond the capacities of the administration, and more in particular, beyond the capacities of rural administration that are, in most of the cases, again, subjected to lack of resources, lack of capacities, and so on. But the idea is to create this forum to offer an inclusive space for rural territories to discuss on things that are important for them. And we have been working in this paper that you see in the image is we have been trying to develop the concept behind this rural innovation activity that is called the Startup Village Initiative, and we have produced this Startup Village conceptualization paper that offers a definition of what are for us startup villages, and the main, you can read the description, the definition of our concept. But the main idea is that we are trying to approach rural needs from this innovation perspective. We are trying to put on the table that there is a need of a change of a change in the mindset and the dynamics that rural territories have. Are currently having, no? Mostly connected with agricultural activities. And we see that there is a lot of space for innovation, for a different dynamics and from different perspectives. And what is behind the concept? Right? This is a slide that is prepared by the main author of the concept paper, my colleague Brioni, that tried to say that when talking about entrepreneurship in rural areas, we are not talking about the traditional things. We are not talking about the importance that, of course, there is a lot of importance of this kind of businesses at rural areas. It's important to have a hairdresser in a village. It's important to have a new restaurant that is going to that is going to serve sushi. It's important also to take into consideration that we are not trying to find unicorns. We are not going to talk about that the need of every village to become a unicorn. No, we are talking about ambitious entrepreneurship, but the ambitious entrepreneurship we are thinking on is it could be a small company dedicated to to put in place a 3D printing small a business that could help the needs of the local area. But the main element that we are pursuing here is trying to go beyond local. The idea is to try to think beyond the normal needs, beyond the specific elements that are the usual suspects in the policies that the rural areas are having. No? So the idea that we are proposing is to try to create this kind of ecosystem, to work on this kind of ecosystem when there are two main dimensions, of course, the startup dimension and the villages dimension. But the important element of these 5 building blocks is the one in the middle, the ecosystems, because one of the things that we have learned a lot when working with the smart specialization strategies is the need to have the capacity of attracting, engaging, to get the commitments of the different stakeholders to work on the proper governance that is going to produce the expertise and the knowledge needed for understanding what could be the solutions. Because when talking about solutions, and of course this is very connected with Tatiana's presentation, we are not talking about partial solution. We need to think from this ecosystem's perspective in changes that are beyond the project level, let's say. We need to think in a strategic dimension, in a comprehensive dimension, because we are facing problems that has been tried to resolve for many decades. Of course, when talking about rural villages, when talking about the population, for instance, there are a lot of policies that the European Commission, the member states, the regions has developed for years, but most of them has been related with the mitigation of problems, not with the transformation of the situation. So we need, from this ecosystem, from this construction, we need to identify what are the solutions, the potential solutions that could change the dynamic of the whole system. So this, there is some explanation, additional explanation of these building blocks here, but one of the main important messages that we have identified in this slide is the last one that most of you are not able to see, but I'm going to read it. It's startup villages are place-based, but not place-bound. We are not trying to think in a solution that is able to solve the problem of a local village, because we consider, and someone this morning has mentioned it, we consider that the solutions are not going to happen in a single place. The solutions are going to happen in a community of places. The solutions are depending on cooperation between different agents and between different scales and between different parts. So the solutions are going to be successful if they are not place-bound, but of course need to be place-based in order to understand what are the problems that you have to face it. So we have been working in this concept for quite a long time, and we are now, I would like to introduce you different activities that we are doing now at the GRC in trying to better understand the situations we are facing. We have created a mapping tool in order to see how many startup villages that are fulfilling, let's say, the approach that we made, how many of them are in Europe, in order to understand better, because as I said before, the important element here is to understand what is happening there, because we tend to think that we know until we start to learn, and we realize that we don't know. So we are in this process of trying to understand, and we are doing many different things. In particular, we are also working in human capital and how human capital could be a driver for revert this depopulation in rural areas, and how we can measure innovation as a driver in rural areas. Because normally when thinking about innovation indicators, these innovation indicators are related to urban innovation. That is, well, you know, the innovation used to happen in urban territories, although a lot of innovation is happening in rural territories, but we have not the proper indicators to measure. So we are working in these areas as well. You have several slides there about the mapping exercise that we are doing, that you can see it if you have time, and that's how to see it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Fernando, and you will facilitate, co-facilitate, so you will stay with us working in the workshop this afternoon and tomorrow. So again, don't forget to remain with us. We have other two Slidos, questions, and then we start moving to the last panel. Okay, so again, one easy, and then only the last one was a little bit more complicated, maybe. So just to let's say, after what you listened until now, we would like to know, let's say, if really this is appealing for you, in a way. So if you are interested to learning more about this transformative innovation policy approach, if you don't know it, or actually, and this would be the more ambitious, not only to learn, but then to engage in it, so to really get involved. I don't know how many people we have online, and if we are in a way, I even don't know where exactly they are in the air, so if they can see the Slido and if they can reply. Okay, yes, totally. So Tatiana, we have the majority. This is your, because Tatiana Jankat, of course, is the partner in the project, specifically responsible for that. So we have job for you for the next 7 years. Okay, now reducing. Okay. No, well, they are still moving, so we can wait a few seconds and then we go to the final one. But more or less they are stabilizing. So we have 60%, that's yes, totally, and the others 39%. No one had the courage to say that they don't want to. So very good, even if we don't know you, and you can be honest. Okay, we go to the next question. As I said, maybe this is a little bit more demanding, but this is important for us, because I said at the beginning, we are going to stay for 7 years in this project, but we want to co-create the specific activity we do with the stakeholders, so with the other people. And we will have many ways to collect your input, on also your needs, but we wanted to start from this morning. So asking you, let's say, if you are interested, as you said, in learning more, which kind of activities more likely you would join to do that? Very nice. We have the answer on EUSAIR that I was not expecting. So we were proposing some options. Of course, maybe there are others. Working group at EUSAIR Mediterranean scale means something structural, no? A working group that can work across the years, that actually I was not imagining that would be the most voted option. That is good. So we also expect that you would like to engage in this working group, and we can actually think about doing something. Structure online and offline capacity building, we have this in our plan. So let's say, be sure that we will organize something on this. And again, I'm happy that the preference goes to structured programs, not, let's say, spot activities. That's the one we do now with just one workshop and on very, very few activities. So I think we share the understanding that we need to work in a quite a, let's say, deep and organized way. Very good. We also have 1/4 of the people that would like to set up or maybe contribute to a TPOL, another activity we have in the program. So very, very good. No, we don't know if someone had the courage to say they had no interest, because it is even cancelled. So you were not allowed to answer, or we don't want to show it. So thank you very much also for answering. Now I actually finally pass the chairing to Maria Garcias, the representative of our partner, Conference of Peripheral and Maritime Regions, Inter-Mediterranean Commission. She will chair the final session well, we try to interact with other stakeholders to hear their view on the topics we're talking.
Hello, everybody. I will ask the panelists to join us if they don't mind. There are the seats here prepared. Thank you very much. In the meantime, good morning, everyone. As Alessandro was saying, I'm Project and Policy Officer at the Conference of Peripheral Maritime Regions. So we are basically a network of regional authorities. And I work for the Mediterranean Commission, so Mediterranean regional authorities.
Yeah, we should mix.
And I will be moderating this roundtable on opportunities for collaboration for innovation across the scale of multi-level governance in the Mediterranean. Quite a broad title and topic. But the logic behind having this roundtable now is we first discussed about transformative innovation with Tatiana, smart specialization strategies, and now we're going to dig deeper into opportunities for collaboration. So initiative, tools, instruments that are within our reach for cooperation and collaboration on innovation. And you must be wondering why it's important to discuss this, although we have stressed it all during the whole morning, where it is easily arguable that putting innovation and cooperation together is strategic. It brings a lot of benefits, for instance, access latest knowledge, talent. It also allows to connect innovation leaders with innovation followers, so to bridge the gap, or what we call nowadays the innovation divide. It also allows to access new business opportunities, emerging markets, and where relevant, it also allows to deploy science diplomacy. But above all, what I think is most important and has been stressed so far is that at the end of the day, cooperating for innovation is the most effective way to tackle what we call the global challenges, no? What we have been discussing: water, energy, climate, health, food, and so on, challenges that are global by nature. And cooperating on innovation allows to work together, to pool resources, to burden the global burden of tackling these challenges, and also to achieve greater impact. So this is what we'll be discussing now in the following roundtable. We will deep into this topic thanks to our 5 distinguished speakers that are joining us today. You will see all of them have very different backgrounds. They represent different organizations from different levels of the governance scale. And although we hope that this discussion, this exchange will help to provide information, be informative to you, to know the opportunities for collaboration, and also to inspire the Dialogue for Innovation partners to know how we can underpin these collaboration processes within the Mediterranean innovation ecosystem. And I want to inform you that although the thematic scope of this panel is not specifically target to sustainable blue economy, we have indeed 3 of the panelists that are very much qualified and specialized in this topic. So with any further ado, I will ask Ms. Hatziani from DG Mare, the European Commission, to provide us with a short update of the policies and initiatives that are relevant from DG Mare, and also to start focusing on these synergies between S3 and sustainable blue economy.
Thank you very much, Maria. First of all, let me thank the hosts and the organizers for inviting DG Mare in this very interesting session today. As you know, DG Mare is following the EUSAIR, and in particular Pillar 1 on blue growth. But apart from that, we're glad that we have the possibility today during this session to address this aspect of innovation through the concept of smart specialization strategies and through cooperation. First of all, let me introduce myself. I'm Eleni Hatziani. I'm working in the European Commission in DG Mare, and in particular in the Directorate for Marine Policy and Blue Economy in the Unit Aim 3 on sea basin strategies, maritime regional cooperation, and maritime security. I'm sure that you are already very familiar with numbers dealing with blue economy domain, different blue economy sectors, different maritime activities, either in the coastal sea or in the open sea, either traditional, as we call them, activities, or emerging sectors. We will have the opportunity tomorrow in the Pillar 1 session to address more on the emerging sectors of blue economy. So numbers related with employment, but also gross added value, around Europe. These numbers, by the way, are coming from the Blue Economy Report 2022. These days, during the European Maritime Day taking place in Brest, our commissioner will present the last, let's say, very recent data as they have been included in the Blue Economy Report 2023. So there are more updates to be shown these days on the figures with the blue economy sectors. So all these demonstrate very clearly how blue economy is a very significant component of the global economy. And for that reason, addressing blue economy sectors in a more sustainable way is a key aspect in terms of aligning these activities in the concept of the European Green Deal as, let's say, facing blue economy as the blue arm of the European Green Deal. And indeed, for that reason, in 2021, the European Commission has published a new approach on the sustainable blue economy, which is focusing on the alignment of the developments in the blue economy sectors in line with the European Green Deal in the concept of greening, digitalization, but also recovery from COVID. By the time the European Green Deal has been announced, there was not COVID, but afterwards, when we faced the severe effects of the COVID pandemic, and also to the effects on the economic activities, including the blue economy sectors, we realized that we need to shift towards sustainability in order also to face this challenge at recovery from the COVID effects. So this new communication, which actually is not now quite new, but we still refer as a new communication because it addresses a new approach to the blue economy, what we called in the past blue growth. Now we are focusing on sustainable blue economy. It applies to all maritime sectors, to different investments, to different, let's say, activities by thinking of not only, let's say, proceed to new activities, but also to have a different approach of how we make the same activities, but in a different way, and this difference is the sustainability. When addressing sustainability, very, let's say, known to everybody that we address this triple section of environmental, social, and economic sustainability. And for that reason, we need to face the things differently, and innovation is a key aspect for that, in order to see how we can, let's say, force for new investments with innovative projects. So in terms of this new communication, we addressed this new way of addressing the developments in the blue economy sectors by focusing on decarbonization, on preservation of biodiversity, and focusing on natural-based solutions, on circular economy, on more, let's say, responsible and sustainable food systems. And a lot of relevant initiatives came from DG Mare, but also complementing other initiatives of the European Commission, like, for example, the strategy on marine renewable energies, the Zero Pollution Action Plan, the guidelines for the sustainable aquaculture, the new initiative on algae sector, et cetera, et cetera. But apart from that, very recently, we have some more initiatives, like, for example, the very recent Fisheries and Ocean Package, which has been published last February. And apart from that, they updated the EU Maritime Security Strategy and some cross-cutting enables. And here is where the regional cooperation comes, the sea basin and the macro-regional approach and these frameworks of cooperation, but also the smart specialization in the concept of what we called a couple of years ago in the Commission quadruple helix approach, meaning the cooperation among the public sector, the private sector, the research at academia, and the citizens as well. So speaking of cooperation, as you know, we have a couple of frameworks of cooperation. I will start with the sea basin strategies, which are in the remit of DG Mare, the West Med Initiative in the Mediterranean, the Atlantic Strategy, and the Common Maritime Agenda for the Black Sea. Apart from that, the macro-regional strategies, I have included here only the 2 of the 4 because those 2 are having a clear maritime dimension, and this is the Baltic Sea strategy, and of course, the EUSAIR. But above those, allow me please to highlight also the Union for the Mediterranean, which is a very concrete framework of cooperation, including also European and Southern Mediterranean countries, and having a direct and very clear dimension on sustainable blue economy by, first of all, having the very recent ministerial declaration on sustainable blue economy, the implementation of the declaration, and with a particular roadmap of implementing this declaration, the blue economy partnership with the Mediterranean, etc., and of course, the outermost regions, which is another, let's say, a group of regions, of a group of cooperation. We also focus when speaking of regional cooperation. So now we can concentrate, let's say, more or less on the Mediterranean, if I may say, because this discussion in this session is a little bit broader compared to the, let's say, Adriatic and Ionian region, but we can further concentrate on that. So, West Med Initiative, EUSAIR, but also the framework of Mediterranean, very concrete frameworks of cooperation with very clear, concrete, and very relevant objectives when referring to the blue economy. As said earlier, in terms of the implementation of this new communication for a sustainable blue economy, towards decarbonization, digitalization, recovery from COVID, but also in terms of facing other challenges like, for example, the climate crisis or the energy crisis. Innovation, and in particular in the concept of smart specialization strategies, have found to be or has been addressed by DG Mare as a key driver, because innovation, and in particular smart specialization, is, let's say, opening the road for new investments, for new cooperation among the four parts of the quadruple helix, and also towards cooperation for bringing together the different authorities, the different stakeholders to cooperate for implementing common projects. So in terms of that, the last 2 years, DG Mare has put a lot of effort, first of all, in the mainstream programs for enhancing this aspect of smart specialization for a sustainable blue economy in the different programs. First of all, I will start with our program, the ENFAF, but apart from that, DG Mare has been consulted for the other programs in terms of the inter-service consultation in the Commission, so we have stressed our effort to highlight this dimension. But also, apart from that, we focused very much on engaging and mobilizing the blue economy stakeholders for cooperating for the implementation of their smart specialization strategies, focusing on sustainable blue economy. So to do that, the last year we organized 5 thematic workshops addressing 5 topics, and these 5 topics were the fisheries, the aquaculture, the coastal maritime tourism, the marine renewable energies, and the blue biotechnology. The reason we started, and I say started because it doesn't mean that they will be the only topics, but we've started with those 5 topics, was because these 5 topics found to be in the top of the agendas of more than 40 European regions in terms of their smart specialization strategies. So we organized these thematic workshops in different, let's say, places around Europe, focusing on these, let's say, if I may say, 3 pillars of smart specialization: localization, prioritization, participation, by trying to address this place-based approach when speaking for smart specialization. So what we did in this thematic workshop, first of all, we invited and we, let's say, put together on the same table the different stakeholders of blue economy coming from the 4 parts of the quadruple helix, so they can be able, that this is what they did, to discuss together, to raise their common needs, their common interest, to discuss about the ongoing research projects or research ideas which have been already developed and are quite mature with a particular level of TRL, which in that case can be considered as research ideas for innovative projects. And then try all these stakeholders together to identify some thematic priorities per topic, which can be, let's say, thematic priorities of innovation potential for further implementing projects. And after this 5 thematic workshop, we organized also a follow-up event in cooperation with a conference of peripheral maritime regions in order to see how we can further explore synergies with different programs, but also with all these frameworks of cooperation and also with thematic networks relevant with the topics addressed in these workshops. So I will pass very quickly the next slides because these slides are, let's say, quite indicative on the thematic priorities raised by the blue economy stakeholders in different workshops we organized. We can have an idea here, for example, in the blue biotechnology thematic workshop, algae, bioproducts from invasive species, bioplastics, and also this close link of aquaculture with blue biotechnology. Let's have a look in the marine renewable energies, cluster certification services, corrosion, climatology and meteorological assessment, also operational and maintenance optimization, MREs, digital twins, skills, environmental issues are priorities raised by the blue economy stakeholders. Let's have a look in the coastal maritime tourism, circularity, digitalization, data indicators, sustainable nautical tourism, but also other forms of tourism like fishing, sustainable mobility, seasonality, skills, etc. Aquaculture, new types, aquaponics, regulatory and business models, space investments. Here comes the significance and the importance of the marine spatial planning when speaking and addressing sustainability in the coastal and maritime environment, mussel farming, algae, etc., and fisheries, social innovation, innovation to reduce the environmental impact, marine litter, decarbonization, in the fishery sector, marketing, product innovation, digitalization, just for you to have an idea on that. So, why we did all of that, apart from, let's say, open a dialogue among the different stakeholders? Because in cooperation with DG Regio, we have set up a 4th thematic smart specialization platform on sustainable blue economy. That will be let's say, the platform of cooperation of all these blue economy stakeholders in order to, first of all, create partnerships under these 5 topics DG Mare addressed in these thematic workshops the last year. But apart from that, to have all these benefits and services which will be offered by DG Regio in the concept of this community of practice for smart specialization, which has been created from DG Regio and also be fully operational for the 4 thematic platforms, not only, of course, of the sustainable blue economy. So there will be quite opportunities for the blue economy stakeholders. First of all, a call from DG Regio for the stakeholders to express their interest, but also a call for experts to be included in this platform for offering and for being, let's say, consulted for the services to be offered to the stakeholders, and for a lot of other opportunities like matchmaking events, workshops, capacity building seminars, etc., etc. So, after all these milestones I presented earlier, and after, let's say, the launch of the smart specialization platform on sustainable blue economy, now we focus on how to engage the stakeholders to create interregional partnerships and to have these services which will come from DG Regio under this community of practice in the concept of this platform on smart specialization. We are also focusing in DG Mare for a possibility of a call addressing smart specialization, let's say innovation under also our program and in synergies and in cooperation with DG Regio. And we hope that stakeholders will be, let's say, mobilized and in contact with the Commission and our services to see how we can further support. I will, let's say, end my presentation by focusing on synergies, very important. It has been already raised by previous speakers. because it's important for the stakeholders to, let's say, identify the best options, the best opportunities from different programs, for different funding tools, and in order to see how they can have these benefits, how they can focus on complementarities, and in that case, to find the optimum, let's say, opportunity for creating their consortia and for submitting their proposals and come to very concrete projects and tangible results. Just a few ideas. This, okay, it's not exhaustive, but just an idea on Mediterranean, that in terms of our MFAF direct management, one of the topics addressed this year related with innovation is on maritime clusters as innovative enabler for a sustainable blue economy in the Mediterranean. And also here, three, let's say, but of course it's not exhausted list, three very successful projects dealing with innovation. The Blue Air, very well known because it comes from this, let's say, region, and also the previous EUSAIR. And also just an example, because it's good to see also best practices from other areas, the Baltic Muppets. It's a project of I3, Interregional Investment Instrument, in the Baltic Sea. So I think that was, yes, just a reminder. My colleague earlier already referred to that. It's still open, still opportunity for the blue economy stakeholders, because blue economy is there, smart specialization is there to consider, let's say, submitting for a good proposal. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Eleni, for such a comprehensive presentation. Also for stressing the link between smart specialization strategies and the implementation of the new approach for sustainable blue economy. Now we're going to change a little bit the dynamic. We're going to a classic roundtable. So I invite speakers to take the floor from their seats, if that's fine for you. I need to stress that we need to stick to the 8 minutes that we agreed, just because there's the lunch, and I think everybody will be interested also. So, well, I will start with a question to Ms. Hatziani again, that just spoke about some general frameworks for cooperation. But you opened the door or started discussing about the S3 thematic platform on sustainable blue economy. There are some particular opportunities for interregional cooperation on S3. So could you please tell us a little bit more about the innovation interregional partnership on sustainable blue economy, how we could make progress on the creation of such partnerships, and maybe inform our sustainable blue economy stakeholders that are present on this opportunity? I think the microphone...
It's working? Okay, okay. So thank you very much for the question, because it will give me the opportunity to a little bit complement to what I said earlier. Well, as I said earlier, the fourth thematic platform has been now launched by DG Regio in cooperation with DG Mare. And this fourth thematic platform is focusing on sustainable blue economy. As you know, there are already 3 thematic platforms on agri-food, on industrial modernization, and on energy. So this is the fourth one. By addressing sustainable blue economy in general, we address a variety of sectors, either traditional sectors or emerging sectors. But for the reason I explained, and in order to start mobilizing the stakeholders the last year, we addressed these 5 topics, as these topics were of very interest in terms of the smart specialization strategies of the previous programming period. So now this thematic platform has been launched, which means that all the stakeholders can navigate in the website, can see what this smart specialization is about, what are the eligibilities regarding the stakeholders which can be registered there as expressing their interest to participate in the platform. It will be the same like it was for the other thematic platforms already established in the past. Now, apart from that, in the concept of this smart specialization community of practice, which is a very large community providing particular services to the blue economy stakeholders, including seminars, external expert support, external expert advice, workshops, current capacity building, a lot of services, handbooks, events, workshops, let's say a variety of, if I may say, tools or opportunities for the blue economy stakeholders to exchange, to discuss on their common ideas, to their common needs, and to see how they can be grouped together in the concept of the quadruple helix to create partnerships, to create consortia, to submit mature proposals coming from mature research ideas in order to be funded by several, let's say, funding tools. So those could be very clear and very tangible, let's say, deliverables from this thematic platform. Now, DG Regio is already launching these calls for the expression of interest. First of all, for expression of interest for create a partnership. What does it mean, creating a partnership? It means being a group of different stakeholders eligible to create a partnership with a mature research idea, and in that case, they will be, if I may say, quite ready when a call comes to submit their proposal and to hopefully become an innovative project. It's important that this partnership, it's, let's say, coherent with the objective of different programs, with the priorities and the policy initiatives of different services of the Commission when speaking of sustainable economy of DG Mare, because that could give the added value and, if I may say, well, not eligibility, but relevance when referring to this partnership to be, let's say, a successful partnership for submitting to a particular call.
Thank you very much.
So
yeah, no,
I can answer
definitely.
to any
Also,
question.
I take the chance to inform that if we have time at the end of the session, we can open the floor for questions. So if someone needs more information, they can directly ask. Thank you for the information. I hope that the Sustainable Blue Economy stakeholders that are following us will feel encouraged to cooperate and to participate in these different tools that the Commission is offering also to facilitate this collaboration process. So now we're going to jump to the second topic of today. We're not going to talk about macro regions because there is one of the speakers here today that will tell about how the macro regional dimension can also be a good instrument to promote and achieve cooperation or synergies between smart specialization strategies. This is at least what have been working on the Interreg ADRION Blue Air project. We have here today with us Ms. Elena Banci, working at the Area Science Park and that are leading the Blue Air project. For the last 3 years, this project has been enhancing, improving the institutional capacities for ADRION territories to identify a common S3 on blue growth. So we will hear more about this approach with Ms. Banci. I have a particular question for you if you want to answer. We heard how the importance of the global economy, the global challenges that we were discussing before are asking to transition from regional innovation policy approach towards a transnational approach or cross-border approach. So how could the Blue Air project support in this shift, in this transition?
Thank you for this question. Well, this was exactly the focus of the project when it started 3 years ago. So, well, there was, I mean, the EU cohesion policy has set, as you know, some enabling condition for the programming of the new S3, and one of them is the interregional cooperation. So this means that each S3, the new ones, I mean, had to embed, had to provide some measures to ensure interregional cooperation. In this sense, for example, countries and regions who are overlooking the same seas and rivers as in the Adriatic Ionian area are, let's say, invited to make the most of it and to, let's say, harmonize the policies on growth, harmonize it, and find also common initiative to, let's say, tackle the challenges of the seas and the managing of the rivers. Okay. This is very important also because by means of several analyses, we have shown also that there are very important synergies and complementaries between the territories. And if you look at your regional ecosystem with a, let's say, with a global vision, you can also find some good synergies that can use. You can also try to enter into some European value chains and also to attract new investment in this sense. So it's very important to look beyond the borders. and this was one of the main focus of the project. What has Blue Air done in these years, and what is it about to, let's say, deliver in the last months of the project? So we are now drafting an innovation community. We are drafting innovation strategy that will be the base of the innovation community that will be launched in July. This innovation strategy is based on, let's say, a recognition of opportunities and challenges and solutions. And today I'm going to give you some insights, some of the first insights about this innovation strategy. So we started with an analysis of the positioning of the S3, the new S3, with respect to the blue topics. And we discovered that the blue growth topics represent just the three most important topics addressed by the S3. And besides that, we also discovered that the topics addressed by the S3 are mostly focused on traditional and established sectors, such as fishery and aquaculture and maritime transport, shipping, and so on. So there is a need, according to us, to move from this perspective that is very well and still focused on established sector, to move towards the, let's say, emerging sector, as defined in the Blue Book, such as the blue biotechnologies or submarine cables and so on, or the new methods for food processing, to invite and also, let's say, invite countries and regions to move and to tackle jointly these new challenges. In this respect, we have also analyzed, we have drafted a technology foresight tool and a technology foresight analysis to discover which are the most promising technologies and products belonging to the sustainable blue economy that should be addressed by the innovation ecosystem and also by the investment in innovation to, let's say, move to open up to new markets. And these are, for example, for aquaculture, aquaponics, or insect protein. Aquaponics was already mentioned by Elena Ziani before. Then there is the use of robotics, also for autonomous vessels, the use of IoT for security, the use and adoption of other technologies for the predictive maintenance, which is a very important issue that we have to address, and several others referring to all the sectors that we have investigated. So these are just some examples. And another issue that could be found in this innovation strategy is what we have done in respect what the activities that we have developed for, let's say, improving, enhancing the institutional capacity of policymakers and innovation players in general, because we were involving in our activities all the quadruple actors, and this has to be stressed again. And we have tried also by means of an ADP tool to, let's say, look beyond borders and to find again concretely by means of a questionnaire and by means of analysis, a global analysis of the result of the questionnaire, which are the challenges and that all the territory altogether can solve together. So these basically are the first insight. Of course, more can be found and will be presented in other events, but so far this is what I can say.
Thank you very much, Ms. Banchi. Congratulations for the work done as well. If I may also react to CPMR, we also are of this idea that macro-regional collaboration are good instruments to mobilize competencies and align S3s. So congratulations on the work, and we hope to collaborate also in the framework of Dialogue for Innovation from now on. If I may also add a second question, mainly you will only have 2 minutes to answer, but smart specialization as a place-based and innovative approach to innovation was born as a new concept very linked to the EU cohesion policy. But in the framework of Blue Air, you are also collaborating with APA countries, countries that are not part of the EU. So what is the benefit for them, for these countries, to be involved in such a strategy of your approach?
Well, Yes, well, Blue Air has got is based on the collaboration of 11 countries, and many of them, half of them, are non-EU countries up to now. And we think that the international links and the transnational collaboration that we started together, and in general that also these countries have already established, is really very important for lagging territories, because it gives the opportunity to open up to, new opportunities to to knowledge transfer, to technology transfer, to new partnership, to also gain together, apply for European funds, also be guided by means of capacity building actions like the WIDERA Horizon Europe program that was presented this morning. And also it gives, again, the opportunity to enter into European value chains. When we only look at our territory, we do not know how it could be interlinked, positively interlinked with other, let's say, neighboring territories, and also we can also attract investments. So our region could also improve, let's say, its competitiveness.
Thank you very much for the clear answer. We know that smart specialization strategies are not only of interest for EU members, but more and more also to non-EU countries willing to improve their innovation ecosystem. We will actually have time to go through the state of the art, the latest development on S3 implementation in the Western Balkan area through one of our speakers later on. But first, I want to jump to our third speaker that will approach the collaboration for innovation from the academia perspective. So now our next panelist is Professor Slaven Zvalik, sorry for the surname. He's Vice Rector for Interinstitutional Cooperation and Technology Transfer at the University of Zadar. We have been stressing quite a lot during today how Dialogue for Innovation project tries to bridge between the local and the transnational dimension. And when we were discussing about his potential input for this roundtable, the professor was stressing a lot the importance of the link, the strategic link between universities and local communities. So my question for you is if you could elaborate a little bit on this strategic collaboration and how the EUSAIR framework has facilitated this relation.
I think that good morning, good day already, everybody, and thank you for inviting me for this panel. And I think that with all today's lectures that we have heard before, already has been stressed this necessity, this need of collaboration between different stakeholders to obtain the aims. Especially here, I will start with the local situation, with the situation of my university, University of Zadar, which is university very connected with its local community, but at the same time very open to internationalization. And this is very important for all of us. We have extremely good relations with our county, with the city, with Chamber of Commerce, and with other stakeholders, and we have kind of collaboration and coordination in a lot of research and development activities, which at the end are on benefits of all of us. Mainly we could say that the most important topics could be summarized in smart agriculture, aquaculture, sustainable tourism, and maritime transport, which are among the most important for the region and also at the end for the university. Of course, to go on with the projects and to realize them, you need also some kind of financial support. And there, again, you know, Interreg and other opportunities like the calls from DG Mare and others are very important. And also here, the cooperation between the local community and all stakeholders in local community is important. And here I must say that very good thing of EUSAIR is also these three fora and this great collaboration that exists between three fora, because in a lot of projects University of Zadar was invited by city of Zadar or by county because they had some contacts and maybe academia was needed. We were inviting other regions because we needed also some other region, etc., etc. So, just cooperating all together and having in mind this idea of development and now for us of sustainability, it becomes even grow, we can achieve some results. We were talking about synergies. For example, University of Zadar is a part of Alliance of European Universities for Smart Urban Coastal Sustainability. And we also used our 9 universities that are part of this alliance, use this alliance also to make operate their cities, their ports, and their regions. So the connections can go and can give the results, major results, if we go in the synergy. So, for example, here is DG Mare. Our alliances started with 2 projects from DG Mare. So we never knew that, but from that started at the end the Alliance of European Universities. So as you see, cooperation between the different stakeholders, I think, is essential.
Thank you very much, Professor. Also to bring to our attention the 3 EUSAIR fora, it's inspirational also for the Dialogue for Innovation to know what has been proved to be working in the framework of EUSAIR. And we will keep in mind for our future endeavors. I asked to go a little bit more concrete in this topic. Can you share a concrete experience of fostering synergies among projects that are funded with different sources, but that contribute to one same transformative, innovative goal?
Yes. One I just mentioned before, but maybe the most important example, maybe the one that could show the real possibilities of synergies is between the 2 projects of University of Zadar on sustainable maritime transport. One project was named GUTA, started with Interreg Italia Croatia, and the main objective was to diminish the CO2 emission in transport, especially between Italy and Croatia. You can understand if you look at Zadar and Zadar region on the map, you'll see that there are a lot of islands and that maritime transport, also those on shorter distances, is very important for us. So the university is very focused, our colleagues are very focused also on this carbon emission diminishing in maritime transport. In this GUTA project, the elaboration was, and the result is the map that you can find also on internet, which suggests to ships who want to use them the actual route between the 2 parts of Adriatic Sea, which will have the lowest CO2 emissions. So it works on elaboration of data on currents, winds, etc., etc. So it's a rather good thing. Then this was Interreg, and then with one of the partners, of course, the Croatian one, the shipping company, we also went to another kind of project, always aimed on the emission of CO2 emission. And this time it was on the architecture of propeller, so propulsion. And this one was University of Zadar, was the Institute of Research, Roger Bošković, and 2 industries that got on ERDF and thus financed also this project. But summing the effect of the two projects, of course, the synergy gives even better results than each of them separately.
Thank you very much. I think even if we are not, or at least I am not an expert at all in the topic, it was clear to understand why collaboration and synergies were actually boosting for greater results. Thank you very much. Now, I think we're catching up with time, so it's a good news because we maybe will have some time for questions. But we'll jump to our next speaker. We are moving now across the multi-level governance scale because now we are approaching the regional level. We'll hear Mr. Daniele Antinarella, in charge of innovation and S3 in Regione Abruzzo. He will bring to this panel a positive experience the region had with the Partnership for Regional Innovation Pilot Action put in place by the European Commission Joint Research Center and the Committee of the Regions. The aim of this pilot action was to test tools to enhance the coordination and directionality of regional, national and EU innovation policies to implement the Europe's green and digital transition and also to tackle the innovation divide. The region participated in that pilot action, they learned something, and now they are making use of their own funds in order to foster the innovation cooperation process. So if you want to share a little bit the experience and what you're doing now in the region.
Yes, thank you, Maria, for inviting me. It's an honor to be here talking about cooperation, innovation, and it's a pleasure to be in Sarajevo for the first time for me. It's a meaningful place for one who was a student at university in the early 90s. Okay, I'm almost the last one speaking this morning. The lunch is there, spring is here. Let me please tell you a story. I'm from a small Italian region, right in the center of the country, 1.2 million of inhabitants, 10,000 square kilometers, 100 kilometers from Rome east side, 130 kilometers of coastline on the Adriatic Sea, and a place where the highest mountain in the center of Italy are just 30 minutes away by car from the beaches of the Adriatic Sea. Why I'm telling this? In 1996, we have been the first region, the first European region coming out from the so-called Objective 1, meaning that something was going on in the right direction at that time. Now, after 3 programming periods, we are still classified as in transition region. We got found, we spended it correctly at least, but maybe the results is not what we have been waiting for. Why? Because the innovation we supported in those 2 decades, we have a large amount of the territory with strict rules about green parks, and we have at the same time a high added value coming from industry, from production. So what are they waiting from us? Really just have the possibility to support large collaborative joint research and innovation project. Okay, and this is what we are trying to do. We set almost half of the program, I mean ERDF fund, and this is a unique occasion we have in Abruzzo, since now if we think about the 2 structural funds, ERDF and ESF Plus, we are talking about 1.1 billion euro available in the next years. So we set almost half of the program on this topic, on focusing on joint research and innovation project. And this was the first step. The second one was, of course, in each RIS 3, there is a chapter about interregional, international cooperation. But how to realize this? We thought it could be useful, open the set of the call for proposal we are going to launch, starting from the next June, even for 2 players coming from outside. Of course, respecting some rules. We are thinking about a call for proposal asking for at least 2 SMEs working together on the same business plan, at least one university or research center working on the same topic, a scalable project, a TRL level higher than 6, and if all these conditions are complained, we can open the call also from someone coming from outside, I mean Italy or Europe as well, not being the lead partner, not exceeding a total amount of the project, and the most important thing, showing clearly that the outcome, the benefits, let's say, like they say in Europe, the landing of the project will be in our region. Of course, when we came to the managing authority with these two ideas, okay, most of the program on innovation and research project, and open this also outside, we encountered, as you can imagine, let's say, cultural, administrative, and political resistances. And the way we overcome this was just because we were inside a large European partnership. We could provide evidence that somewhere this is already working. They have already some evidence, some results that this could be one of the way. So this was very useful. And actually it's a little example of how be a part of a big strategy, bring together not only administration, regions, and whatever working together, but can be a measure to support SMEs and I mean, who is already on the field to work together on some specific topic.
Thank you very much, Daniele, for sharing this new approach of the region. In bocca al lupo, as you say in Italian, for what you have ahead of you. I think it's been informative for the audience, but also...
Bocca al lupo, the answer is crepi il lupo, but in Abruzzo, since the wolf is one of the symbols of the region, we say viva il lupo, life to the wolf.
Viva il lupo.
Viva il lupo.
So yeah, I think it's been informative not only for the audience to learn about the approach and the upcoming call, but also maybe rewarding for the European Commission to learn how they were at the end of the day a little bit the seed behind this experiment or this new approach. So thank you for sharing the experience. So we are on time. I will move into the last speaker of this panel. I'm giving the floor to our last speaker, so Mr. Sinisa Markic, sorry for the pronunciation, who is supporting innovation in the Western Balkan area, working in the Regional Cooperation Council. Maybe you can tell us a little bit more about the RCC, but in general, we learned from previous discussions we had with you that you are working to promote better coordination among innovator actors in the area. This lies also at the heart and the nature of the Dialogue for Innovation project. So we are eager to learn more about concrete experiences and works you are putting in place from the RCC to foster this coordination. The floor is yours.
Well, Maria, thank you very much. And thank you for the kind invitation to join today's event. The Regional Cooperation Council is a regional organization. We are focused on Southeast Europe, but mostly we deal with the Western Balkans, basically 6 Western Balkan economies that have not joined the European Union. We closely collaborate with governments in the region, various institutions, academia, businesses, civil society organizations, and so on. So in a way, we already do what you plan to do with Dialogue for Innovation project. We have very close links with the European Commission, various directorates, various international organizations, banking, financial institutions, and so on. For example, 3 years ago, we established the Western Balkans Competitiveness Innovation Accelerator in cooperation with the World Economic Forum. That's the only regional accelerator. It's a policy accelerator. There's no money involved. But the idea is very similar to what you plan to do. We have, on one hand, policymakers, basically senior decision makers at the political level, the ministers in charge of competitiveness innovation. And on the other hand, we have businesses, mainly CEOs of major companies in the region. We get them to sit together and discuss issues that may be of relevance for the economic development of the region. In a way, it resonates to what the colleague mentioned about this Italian region. we need to listen to the real needs of businesses to be able to design informed policies and instruments that can assist economic development. But as part of our regular activities, we do quite a lot. We focus on basically mimicking 4 freedoms of the European Union, and under the Common Regional Market Action Plan, which is a strategic document endorsed by all Western Balkan 6 economies and the European Commission, we have several pillars. One of them is digital transformation, or digitalization. Investments, on the other hand, attracting investments in financial markets. We have mobility of people, and also industrial and innovation area, regional industrial innovation area. Apart from this document, we also are, in a way, the key organization in promoting, developing the Green Agenda for the Western Balkans, which again mimics the Green Deal of the European Union. So, in a way, we are following closely what the European Union is doing and trying to catch up. Within this specific area that I cover, which is regional, industrial, and innovation area, our key goal is to assist the Western Balkans develop a regional innovation ecosystem. This is a very difficult, demanding task, given that we live in a politically bit more sensitive region with different levels of development, in particular different levels of development in the field of research and innovation. Just for the audience, in particular for the audience from outside the Western Balkans, all of our 6 Western Balkan economies, according to European Innovation Scoreboard, are considered as modest innovators. Our expenditures or investments into R&I are also very modest. They range between 0.9% in Serbia down to 0.2% in some of the economies. So there's lots to be done in the region. Within the regional innovation area, we focus mainly on innovation and research infrastructures, developing human capital, and access to finance. Within this, we, as I said, established very close collaboration with various organizations. Last year, we launched what we call the Western Balkans Innovation and Research Platform. The idea behind this mechanism is really to introduce various partners to stakeholders in the region who happen quite often not to be aware of existing opportunities. I can give you an example of this project of yours. I talked to several people over the last couple of weeks or so, and very few people actually learned about that. So more promotion is required. This is not a criticism. This happens with basically all initiatives out there. And there's another reason why we decided to go in this direction, which is to prevent the duplication of efforts. We see this basically at all levels in all our pillars. There are different organizations with very much similar, sometimes pretty much the same initiatives, pretty much same projects that overlap instead of mainstreaming resources and efforts into something that could potentially provide more added value. This is not the case only for projects funded by the European Commission, but you get into the picture the United Nations agencies, EBRD, the World Bank, all sorts of organizations, plus development agencies. And in a way, it's kind of a jungle. That's why we ran 2 online meetings each year to enable various stakeholders to understand what's happening, what's brewing behind the horizon, what's upcoming. For example, this project is a perfect opportunity to be presented in one of our meetings, because I see that at least some economies of the Western Balkans could benefit from it. As part of this, we also work on what colleagues previously mentioned, on supporting and encouraging closer ties between academia and businesses. We are just about to publish the first foresight competitiveness study that will look into key competitiveness trends in the Western Balkans by 2035. This has been done based on the World Economic Forum's Competitiveness Index platform, and we are seeing some very interesting developments that will allow policymakers, hopefully, to design policies and strategies that are actually informed on evidence rather than something that is just that comes out of the blue. I mean, I could get on with explanations, but since I'm the only barrier between you and the lunch, I'd keep it short.
Thank you very much for sharing all this information. I think I can already say that I feel like RCC and Dialogue for Innovation will become best friends very soon. So I hope we will keep you in the loop and we'll hear from each other quite regularly, let's say. I just take advantage of the fact that you're here and you can bring also the Western Balkan dimension. If you could share the latest developments on S3 implementation in the area and the state of the art.
Well, the landscape is kind of different. Some economies have started their S3 preparations back in 2017, 2018. Right now we have two Western Balkan economies, that is Montenegro and Serbia, that already implement the S3s, whereas other economies are trying to catch up. Right now we hope that Albania and North Macedonia will have their strategies in place quite soon. Bosnia and Herzegovina is in the process of initiating interviews and EDP process. It's interesting to perhaps share that the region overall has some very similar priorities set by the governments. For example, one priority that is basically cross-cutting within each of the S3s, those that are being implemented and those that are currently being prepared, is ICT. On top of that, we have, I believe, 4 out of 6 economies, sustainable food production, basically, metal processing or processing industries. Generally, you have machinery, metal processing as two probably the biggest exporting industries from the region. We have sustainable tourism, energy, environment protection. And this on its own doesn't give you a clear picture, but to understand better whether we are on the right path. Last year we commissioned a study. We asked our experts to look into priority fields set by the governments in the region and whether they actually resonate with the available resources we have on the ground. As you well know, S3 should essentially be based on research potential, research innovation potential we have in the region. And sometimes it happens that some countries or region create the S3s, but they do not correspond with what's out there on the ground. So we asked our expert to look into the research innovation infrastructures in the region, and we learned that there is a significant overlap between those priorities identified and what we have on the ground. I can testify that most of these infrastructures are in a way outdated or sort of modest compared to research innovation infrastructures we have in the European Union. But on the other hand, we also asked them to look into scientific disciplines, most popular scientific disciplines, based on findings of from the Web of Science and the Scopus, two key scientific database. And we learned that in the case of Montenegro, Serbia, and Albania, the forthcoming priorities, there's practically a total overlap. So we have researchers, we have scientists who actually understand these fields and can contribute to them. In the case of North Macedonia, it's kind of 50-50, but they are currently in the process of defining their priorities, and this might change. So we seem to be on the right path. With what I learned from the colleagues in Bosnia and Herzegovina, it's quite similar, which means that the overall structure, so the overall framework is there. Now it's going to be challenging to actually implement S3s because these are complex strategies. They require mobilization of resources of various ministries, various funding agencies. The entire budget, in a way, has to be mobilized to get this done, which is not so typical case, at least in this part of the world. But from some experiences we heard from elsewhere in Europe, this is not unusual. We need to find the best recipe to get policymakers, businesses, and other stakeholders really involved towards implementing something that actually could benefit more to the economic and overall development of the region.
Thank you very much for the update and sharing us a little bit similar priorities, the state of the art and the landscape. I think we have around 10 minutes left, maybe. So is there any question someone wants to address, any question to the panelists? Now is the time. If you want to clarify or go deeper in some of the experience shared or the opportunities. Otherwise, we will just wrap up here. So first of all, thank you very much to all the panelists for joining us in presence, for traveling. It was not easy to reach Sarajevo, so thank you very much for joining us and share your knowledge and experience. We have learned about interregional innovation cooperation, the tools offered by the European Commission, the new S3 community of practice, the innovation interregional partnership on sustainable blue economy opportunity. We have learned also about the macro-regional innovation cooperation approach that has been brought to the table by the Blue Air experience. We have learned about the importance of connecting university with businesses, but specifically stressing universities and local communities, which I think it's a shared message of today's session. We learned also about some regions that are integrating new approaches, how to use their own funds to foster innovation cooperation processes. And we also heard about the state of the art of S3 in non-EU countries, specifically in the Western Balkans, and also the benefits that this approach can bring to these territories. So thank you very much to all the panelists and also for your attention to the audience. Yeah, if you want to.
No, but you can say. Wait. But I don't know if there are questions from. No, I'm too close. Question from the audience, but we have just a last Slido for people. This one very simple. We have a question, okay, but partners are not allowed to make questions because he's our partner. Mattia, yes, okay. No, we have two. I come to. Okay. Well, in the meanwhile, in any case, you have the Slido.
Thank you very much to all the participants. May I ask the question for the RCC colleague? You mentioned all the initiatives, overcomings and so on. Where do you see complementarities, let's say, with EUSAIR and also with the project? How can we, thank you.
Well, thank you for the question. I think it's a quite relevant one. EUSAIR and Adrian and Ionian region, and on the other hand, Danube region, tend to cover the Western Balkans in a way. We are territorially situated in the intersection between two regions. And I believe there are many complementarities. However, the key challenge here is that, for example, Adrian and Ionian has only 3 economies of the Western Balkans participating, whereas Danube has the remaining 3 or 4, 2, something like that. I believe that we from this region could learn a lot from our neighboring EU member states, Italy, Greece, Hungary, Croatia, Slovenia, etc. And this is something that is really worthwhile exploring, perhaps joining forces to launch initiatives that, that could add more value to the Western Balkans than to the member states, simply because of these differences between developmental paths that we have. But I believe there are many, many similarities. You have the green agenda, digital transformation, skills. For example, skills is one of the key challenges that employers and businesses, based on our foresight competitiveness study, are seeing that will impact their life cycles. You all know that we have a significantly depleted talent pool in the Western Balkans. In the last 10 years or so, only in the European Union, 1.6 million work permits have been issued for people from the Western Balkans. And most of them tend to be highly educated and skilled workforce. So I see many complementarities. It's only a matter of pinpointing where we could focus efforts and then do something together.
Sorry, we have another question. They have priority on partners.
Thank you very much, but maybe I have more comment than a question, but my name is Slavica Samardzic and I'm coming from Ministry of Agriculture, Forestry and Water Management of Republic of Srpska. In the same time, I am volunteer in the international organization Slow Food with the central organization in Italy. And I have a question to Mr. Maricic. I don't know, am I wrong, but I think that you worked for one ministry in the government of Republic of Srpska. And maybe you can give me some recommendation how to motivate people and institutions to participate in Interreg programs at all, because from my point of view, some small NGO in Bosnia and Herzegovina has more references to participate in Interreg programs than all ministries. I don't know where is this spoiled point, but something is really, I don't know, debatable how to motivate ministries at all to participate in any Interreg program. Thank you. Oh, okay, I need some official answer. I made a question, so please. I have my opinion, but I want to hear another one's opinion, especially from one who worked for the same government where I'm coming from. So he knows mentality, he knows how these people are thinking and what to do to motivate them.
Well, yeah, it's true. I was a senior policymaker before for about 6 years before I resigned. And I was very much involved in international cooperation. I encouraged international cooperation at various levels. But I believe it boils down to a simple matter, whether you have enthusiasts on board or you don't. All the people here are enthusiasts, and most of the people in the audience are enthusiasts. Unfortunately, this is the way things are. But I believe if there is something that could encourage people additionally to participate, it's probably sharing as much as possible examples of success stories, good practice, something that people can identify with. Don't get me wrong, this particular event is more inclined towards EU member states. It's natural, it's funded, it's designed in such a way, but people from our part of Europe, in most cases, cannot identify and relate to, in many cases, overly sophisticated instruments you have at your disposal. Most cases we don't. You come from, well, some of you come from more affluent countries, so the context that you bring on board are very much different compared to what we have here. So I believe the key point here is really finding the recipe to involve people by showcasing success stories and something that worked despite all odds. What I used to do, what I do now is more or less, trying to convince people to get involved, to get engaged, because things can be done because against all odds that are out there. It is very challenging to work in this region, but despite that, we are seeing some tremendous stories in the Western Balkans. For example, participation of partners, researchers, research organizations, and businesses in Horizon 2020 has increased significantly, 3 times actually, compared to the previous FP7. And the current data indicates that the Western Balkan partners are really, really doing well in Horizon Europe. So there are ways to get involved, but you have to be motivated throughout. I hope that answers your question.
Any other question before Andrea? No? So, Andrea, your turn.
Thank you, Alessandro, and thank you to all the speakers that give us a good contribution to this panel. My question is very simple, is for Daniela Antinarella, Regione Abruzzo. You mentioned the possibility, the opportunity that Abruzzo region is launching a new call within the RDF funds, and you would like to open the call to also to other entities outside of organizations, research center, SMEs, not from Abruzzo region, but you are open to Europe, all over Europe. My question is very simple. I would love to learn more about, if you can say something more about this, because I think this is a very, this is not common in Italy, opening an RDF out to other European countries. So I think it's a good practice. And if you can tell us more, and if you are going to open this call also for IPA countries, since we are in, okay.
No, the second one is very easy, no, because it's not possible according to the EU regulation, and not yet, I mean. And I will say that something that has been said in the very beginning of this day by the representative of the Commission. If you want to catch up with the most developed region in Europe, you cannot think that the state of the art of that kind of research you have is in your region. Of course, I know that beneficiaries are inside our territories, but it makes sense for us involve someone, at least an SMEs, a research center, a university, in one joint project, even if they will not be the lead partner. As I said, the results, the landing, the output should be applied, because we are talking about applied research applied on the field inside the region. Of course, it's a kind of let's say a test. There are 2-3 calls for proposal ready. We will start in June, and let's see what's going on, what's opening. But in any case, it's a good attempt from our point of view. And even because we, as I mentioned before, we know that if we want to involve the more enthusiastic entrepreneur we have, we know that we already work with someone outside the region, and maybe outside Italy, of course. Maybe someone in the same technological dominion, maybe someone of the same supply chain. But it's a nonsense set up boundaries only on the base of the territory. That's all.
I stole the microphone to Maria. Sorry, Maria. So I would make a big applause to our panel. So to finish. We finished. So the people here, we have lunch somewhere. We start again, but only with the people in person. This afternoon at 3 o'clock with workshops. As you know, as you have seen in the program, as I said already, we decided to focus. I mean, the workshops for us are a way to start interacting, and also to let's say, to test in a way some new methodologies to facilitate this kind of discussion. But to make it concrete, we started from a challenge. This challenge, now we said already, the population in rural areas, or in any case, we take it quite broad, we will define with you, because it's a typical case of complexity. And this is also very, very related to innovation, because if you do not have people, it's very difficult to think about development and innovation. So with people here, we will work in person in the afternoon in the same room at 3 o'clock. Now we go for lunch. We are open to networking. And thank you very much also to the people that, let's say, attended the conference online. Thank you very much.
And then for a couple of minutes, I want you to each tell a story, your personal story with this topic of the population in rural areas. Maybe you were from a rural area. Maybe you have some property in a rural area. Maybe your family or your friends, or you heard a story from your country, from your region, or somewhere else, something that relates to you, related to the depopulation of rural areas, to see how it relates to us as people. So find the person that you don't know and talk to each other for a couple of minutes, and then we go. Yeah, going to conferences meaning meeting new people. That's part of the deal. When you signed, there was a small print. Yeah. People are very smiley. I think it's not dangerous. Yeah. Yeah, you can speak standing up because we're sitting all the time. Maybe you stand up as well. Yeah. Okay. Okay, the time is up. I hope you managed to speak to each other. I'll ask you to... Oh, you have more stories. Sorry? Yeah, but that's the point, to warm up a little bit, because we'll be working a little bit more. So not just listening, yeah? Okay. For the next, what you can do in the next days, you can continue. You don't need somebody to tell you to meet new people, so that's an easy thing to do. Can I have your attention just for a moment? There is a couple that doesn't know that we are okay. Yeah, you can sit wherever you like. Welcome. Welcome. You're coming just right on time. You missed the most fun, but still, we have some fun for you. Hello. Yeah, it will be very nice. That was my question. Can somebody say something interesting that they heard? We don't have time to hear from each duo, but just something that nice that you heard. It will be very nice to hear. Did anybody have a story about rural areas? No. Okay. Do you want to share yours? Or no? Yeah, we don't need to hear the story, just very quickly if you want to. Yeah, share.
I have two stories, one positive, one negative, one with the population. But I would like to share this positive one. The people that actually return to young people who return to rural area, started, of course, agriculturing and everything that goes with that. But also they found opportunity to earn additional money through different online activities like sale and everything. And they live very nicely in the rural area. So my point would be that any program as such should provide different tools or knowledges to these people who we have there in order to keep them. I don't think that we could return any, but to keep.
Thank you. We'll be speaking more about the problem, and you have, that's why the tables. One more voice if somebody wants to share.
My story is, I'm a cultural creative industry expert in arts, but I'm also an activist for environment and human rights. So I protect forests and rivers, and I use art. 1 month ago, we were in Montenegro defending a river and a canyon of Komarnica, and we organized a concert of famous regional artist Darko Rundek in Šavnik, which is a small town, almost empty. So with the concert and with the river activities, actually the Šavnik was full for 3 days. So that's one of the ways.
Thank you. Thank you. What we're going to do now is start thinking about the problem of this kind of problems with depopulation, because even from these two stories, we see how many interconnections and how many faces it has. If we ask everybody to tell a story, there will be so many stories. But let's start thinking about it, and we'll play a game, which is a very serious game, and it makes sense, I promise. For this, I would ask that, because new people came, and I will need this corridor. So could we, very quickly, your table, just to move it a little bit so we have this way, like in an airplane, you know. I'm like the hostess in an airplane. I'm really sorry to make you move it, but because new people came and I think we don't have enough space, yes. So we will use our, and you bear with me, I know maybe it's a bit too much for you, but let's see how it works. What I'll ask us as a group is to make this line, and to make a line of people, and the condition is that we order ourselves as a group from when you're born. We don't ask about years. We are all young by spirit and so on. Just the day in the year. So people who are born on 1st of January will be somewhere here, and somebody who is born on the 31st of December will be there where the photographer is. So we need to self-organize around this rule. were you born? Which date were you born? And it's up to us to organize. I mean, I'm not giving any more instructions. So you need to ask people, of course, to... So 1st of January is here and December is there. Yeah. Everybody is born on some date, yeah? So we need everybody. Yeah? Can you move a little bit here because the December people are too many, yeah? That seems so. Okay, yeah. Okay. So I'll do a quick check because I don't trust always the groups. Like, when were you born? 18th of January. There's nobody born before, no? Okay. Okay, you? 27th of April, it seems right, more or less. Is June here, more or less? June? June, August, okay. And who is the last one? 11th of December. So we have 18th of January, 11th of December. So this was not very hard. And we are a very big group. So June, where was June? So, and you're already August. So no, July, okay. So you are, let's divide the year into two, just for making it easy. The next, so we have two groups basically, the first part of the year and the second part of the year. It's the same rule, which you already have, but we add a new condition. Size of your shoes. So you need to order yourselves, and I'm not giving any more instructions. It's up to you how you decide to decide on that. The date of birth and the size of shoes, and you need to make some sense in the order in the first group and in the second group. But it's up to you, no more instructions. And you can discuss if you want, yeah. It's up to you, whatever you want to do. More or less. Are you ready? It's up to you how I understand. You can discuss it, yeah. Okay. Do you have some logic? Did you decide? Did you decide? Okay, good. Oh, the first group is not yet. Just wait for the first group. Are you ready, the first group? Okay. Okay, I will ask each of the two groups to describe us what was the logic and how did you order? Can we have a spokesperson for this group? Okay.
The leader of the line.
Can we hear the first group? Just a second. On the microphone.
Okay, the logic of like...
How was their logic? Speak on the microphone.
Okay, so we stay in order from the highest, like our bigger size of choose till the smallest size. So I don't know. So we can. I think the first one is 36, and last one is 46. We ignore the date. Yes.
Okay. That's interesting. We are not commenting now. We just whatever they decide. What about this group? What did you decide? Who can explain?
So we got reorganized within our month, but we we are by month, starting from this and by month, and then from the smallest number to the biggest number.
So in each month.
Yes.
Okay, and the last one, and I promise I'm not going to move you anymore. It's not a line. So what you need to do now, listen to me because you forget. You need to choose in your mind 2 people from the group. Just mark them in your mind. Don't tell them, don't look them too much because they will know that you chose them. Just choose 2 people. You don't tell them. And your task would be, I'll ask you to move as a group. Your task will be that with the 2 people, you form a triangle. I don't know how to call it in English, the triangle with the same length of the sides. Well, very long, but you know, the equal triangle, something like that. Yes. So you choose them. They don't know that you've chosen them. But in any moment, for example, if I choose Alessandro and I forgot you, and George, I'll try to be like this. If he moves, we need always to be kind of in a triangle. But they don't know that I chose them. So that's the tricky point. They chose maybe other people. So I give you 5 seconds to choose 2 people. It can be from the other part of the room. Don't look at them. They don't need to know. Just choose. Trust the process. It's not so hard. Yeah? Okay. Did you choose? Did you choose people in your mind? Okay, now start moving slowly around. Move, move. You cannot stay in one place. Okay? But you shouldn't know that you are the 3. Okay. Okay, a few more seconds. Thank you. You can sit on the tables and I'll ask you a few questions. These were the 3 elements that we did, the 3 games. Let's see what they mean for our topic. It's not just playing games, huh? No. It doesn't matter. We'll come back as a group, yeah. The tables we need in a while, yeah. But sit somewhere wherever you like, yes. You can say to the other people who are they. It's not so important. So my question would be, there are chairs here if you want to take, yeah. Okay, so we had the 3 tasks, so to say. The first one was the date, then the date and size, and then the triangle. What did you notice about them? What was different between the type of task, the type of problems that you needed to solve? Can somebody say? What was different in the communication? Every time they were different. Okay. Okay. What else was different? Okay, that's interesting. I didn't think about that. Yeah. But the type of problem, was one of them easier than the other one, for example? The first one was pretty straightforward, no discussion there. And the second one, what happened?
So we had to solve the 2 first one in group and then the last one personally. So.
Okay. What was the difference between the first one and the second one? The biggest difference. in together. Hmm? Exactly, and we had two solutions, and we cannot say one is wrong and one was not wrong, right? In the first one, there is only one solution. Yeah? Okay, and the third one, how did you feel? Hmm? Chaos. What else in the third one? How did you feel yourself? Or what did you observe on in the others in the group? It was constant movement, right? Okay. Anything else? It's a very simple game, but it's a very interesting observation of how we deal with problems, and we'll be working a little bit with that today. And I have, so what we saw here is a lot of the thinking that we also want to bring in our project is to think of different kind of problems, whether we speak about depopulation or anything else. You can say that there are problems that have clear answers, and there are problems that are a little bit more like something that we cannot really understand. And I put two images here. And when we work with them, there are two metaphors sometimes when we use in our projects, in our work, whether it's an assembly line in a factory, so everything is clear, or it's a lab. And Tatiana already mentioned in the morning that we want to create a little bit of the lab atmosphere where you test when you don't know. So this game was just to warm us up into these topics. And before we start speaking about depopulation, I really love this comic. I don't know if everybody sees it. We, a lot of times, are in the third task. So basically, everything is moving. But then, yeah, you see the guys, they plan something, and they go out and say, oh, it changed. The world has changed. So really, really made us think. So I will invite you now to have conversations. Imagine we are in a cafe. I don't know if you get your coffee. Coffee is there, so you can also, while you're having a conversation in the tables, it's our innovation cafe. So I'll ask you to be in however you are set now, and then there'll be a little bit of movement. So with the people who are here now, we have a question for you, and I'll ask you to discuss it for a couple of minutes, and then we'll move, and I'll explain a little bit more. You have the tablecloth in our cafe. You can write on it. So in the other cafes, maybe you don't write on the tablecloths, but here you can write. There's some sticky notes. And yeah, and really talk to each other, especially in the first round. We want you to get into the thinking. And it is the first question. We'll have around 10-15 minutes for that. I'll see how we are with the time. How is the game that we play, the three, similar or connected, if it's similar or connected, to how local governments understand and address the problem of depopulation in rural areas? So are there any similarities? And here we need to think a little bit, because it's not clear, of course, because this is just a game, it's a metaphorical. But how does it relate somehow to what the governments do already? And I know you know a lot of what governments already do, but how it is connected. So have a conversation with the other people, and then I'll give you more instructions for the next part. Take some notes if you want. You can get a coffee if you're sleepy. I think there is some coffee there, or water as well. A clarification, because there was a question. When we say the game, it means the three games that we played, like the game with the three parts. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Sorry.
Maybe you can share with us.
Okay. Can we hear some of your similarities, if there are, or the connections? Did you see something connected to how governments deal with the rural depopulation and what we did? Can we hear from some of the tables? It's not an exam. We don't need to, there is no right and wrong. It's just to reflect a little bit because we want to get deeper in the topic. Okay, can we have the...
Yeah, okay. So, not shouting, okay. We very quickly shifted to discussing the main topic of the population and how it is done or how it is managed in Bosnia and Herzegovina. But then I could grasp some very interesting similarities to the game we previously played. So, for example, basically we know that there's not a magic band that can solve all the problems in the similar way, and that's something that we can experiment and experience in different places. Then we have seen that maybe when politicians are running for an election, they're just like acting like in the first game. So it's, everything is very clear, A to B, etc., etc. We have the solutions, exactly. Exactly. Exactly, and they are communicating. And then when they have been elected, they are playing like the second game. So they are doing some more complex things, but still it's everything is very clear. And then the third game is exactly when they after 1 year in government, they're playing the third game. So those are kind of the similarities we have found.
Very interesting to see the political term in terms of how it moves. Any other reflections from the other groups? Or I mean, let's hear the other groups and then we can.
Well, I'm elected PR on this group, and we have also a name. Are we powerless? Are we powerless? You know, it's a rhetorical question, yeah. But yeah, if we have a lot of communication, we are not. So that's one of the things that we agree, that when you're having a lack of communication, then you're in trouble because you don't know what to do. You have distrust in other people moving around, and then you don't have any strategical guidance of where you're going. So that is one of the things that we actually could link to the community's perspective. Also, we saw that, for example, the second game in comparison to the first one was a bit complex because we had 2 criteria and we didn't have exact rule of how should be organized. And we mentioned there that sometimes it's difficult for local governments to assess the needs of citizens because everything is very much changing very fast. And when it comes to this needs assessment, it's very hard to accommodate the needs with actual programs to include citizens to participate and influence this kind of program because everything is changing so fast. And we also mentioned that there are many actually different mechanisms and initiatives, participation mechanisms, how can you influence the local government, and that is actually what is changing now. And because of this lack of communication, you cannot actually trust the other that you are following or you should look upon because you don't know the exact things behind it and you don't have this needed trust to communicate properly. So that was our, if I forgot something, okay, no. Hope I will have my job as PR.
Okay, yeah, it seems so. Yeah, thank you. I'm not pushing every group to share. We are just going more in the discussion. Just say anything that you want to bring to the bigger group. I don't want to point to other groups, just to hear 1 or 2 more voices before we move on the similarities. You were, yeah.
Well, no. I'm not, but we discussed. Yeah. As a former policymaker, I see these 3 games in a following way. The first one was pretty much straightforward. It was easy. You have a simple task, and everyone pretty much understands immediately what has to be done. With the second task, it was a bit more challenging because it required more, basically, stakeholders on the ground. Say, if we translate this to real-life scenarios, you would have probably local government or any government, businesses, academia,
talking to each other to understand which roles they would assume and how to resolve problems. However, both of these are linear in a way. The third group is obviously the most challenging because it's a moving target. As a policymaker, you don't have a clue what's happening on the ground. You don't have a clue where to seek answers. And in most cases, you don't even know how to define the problem. And this is a kind of exponential change that is happening around us. And we see it throughout the world these days. I mean, I mentioned artificial intelligence as one of these exponential changing sort of drivers that basically affect the entire planet. But it can be applied to any basically community, rural depopulation. Most local governments and governments on national level fail to understand what's happening on the ground, why people leave. We had a discussion here at the table. Some colleagues believe it's only because of employment opportunities. Some people say that it's that, but also it's something else. And I believe you mentioned that the solutions have to be tailored to specific problems we have on the ground. So there's no one fit for all solution that's applicable in Albania, Bosnia and Herzegovina, Spain, and I don't know, China. So you have to understand the context behind. You have to understand the culture, and then as a policymaker, you have to be extremely adaptive to be able to introduce policies, experiment with policies, see what works, what doesn't, and then double down on those that work and that reap results. Otherwise, you will be just spinning in circles and having no outcome at all. I hope that reflects our discussion here.
You took our job also. I was about to say some of the things, so thank you very much. Yes. No, perfect. We can go and have a coffee. Yeah, what we call this kind of problem, so basically the game demonstrated, and just to reiterate what you said, that mostly you can divide the problems into three categories, and the first two are linear, as you said. We usually say the first one is a simple one. You don't need any special education or a lot of discussion. It's just you solve it. It's the dates. There's no like another opinion or anything. Even the communication is very straightforward. The second one we call the complicated problem. So you need to discuss size of shoes. Maybe we are in Europe and we have the same understanding of size, but if we had American friends, like what kind of size is, they measure it in a different unit. We have different opinions. Maybe in the real world, that's where you bring some experts. They argue with their expert opinion, but you still find some kind of a solution through this conversation, but it's a bit more complicated than the previous one. And the third one is the kind of problems, and I don't want to repeat what you said, was these are the problems that change. By the time we defined what's the problem, or we even sometimes cannot define it, it's already a different problem. So that's the situation we are living. And the big question is like, we don't say something is like this, or that, or bad or good, some problem. There are problems like the first two. A lot of the things that government does, especially around maintaining the functions of systems, whatever systems we take, there is a lot of expert things, a lot of linear solutions. But there are issues such as ours, it seems, the depopulation, that it's very hard. It's like having a child. Sometimes I have a colleague who compares it to raising a child. Of course, there's some guidance what to do. Of course, there's some good practices, but there's no way you know what to do. There is no way to do, and you even don't know what is the expected result in the end. You have something in your mind, but what kind of person will grow? So this is, I mean, we can put more metaphors, but this kind of problems, and the fact is, I don't know where you studied and how you studied, but I've never encountered in my studies, in my formal studies, how to deal with this kind of problems. So that's a bit of the challenge between ourselves. So let's put the theory, we will talk about that, and in our project we're talking a lot about that, and we have more information around that. What I'll ask you, if you're not too tired, one person per table will stay, so you're not going to move anywhere, so you'll stay in the same table, and all other people will change the table, not together, just mix around. Go to some other table. But one person, yes, you don't want to move. What's your name? I want to remember you. But you can be the person who stays if you don't. Yeah, and also so you meet new people. So one decide who stays, everybody else goes to a different table, not together as a group, but split. And we need maximum 7 people per table. Yeah, maximum 7 people per table. 6 or 7, yeah. Don't stay in the same group, yeah. There's place here. If you want to jump, you're welcome. No, absolutely. Okay. Okay. 6 or 7 people per table we need. Not too many, not more than 7, yeah. Okay. Okay. Somebody cheating the system, no? Okay. 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 In the second round, just listen to me for like 30 seconds and then you can speak to each other. In the second round, I know some of you already started talking about it, but we want already to start thinking of what are the usual policies, what are the governments doing on the issue of rural depopulation in your region. So what are the usual, at the moment, how are the policies or interventions, what is going on, how are they doing it? And in brackets we put the question, a bit provocation, are they delivering the desired results? So is it helping solving the issue? So what's happening, what are the usual policies and measures to address the depopulation in your region or country? So maybe share, so you have also, you come from different countries to see what's going on, or from different regions. And you have 15 minutes.
quite challenging for any state because especially when you are a small country, you are not very developed as Europe is, and we are trying to make also the Europe is funding us to IPA funds to raise up our capacities, to raise up our institutions, school, universities, etc. But somehow it's how to say, it's very challenging.
But the family remains.
But yes,
Usually they go in conversation. In Italy, sometimes they make a news. When it happens,
one of two.
The main immigrated abroad and the family remains. Now it doesn't happen anymore. But so I say that because you say before and after the war, but probably the change in the world in general changed because it is the same now. And if I refer to what people in small villages, also in Emilia-Romagna that is very developed in general, but from the mountains, for example, they lost 70% of their population. They just go in the cities because they were industrialization, etc. So they stay the same. 40, 30 years ago, there were taxis, there were the post, there was the bank, there were shops. Now Because of course in rural areas you cannot have industry, especially because for us rural means mountain. But it doesn't work. I mean, it doesn't work. You can live for food. It happens in Trentino or Guangzhou, I don't know, in Italy, you know, because they are in the Alps. They have so much food. They are the richest province now in Italy, all in the mountains, because they have ski and they have the summer. But in all the rest of the country, if tourism is not working, and you say yes, everybody in Italy say we could live from only for tourism, but it doesn't happen. It doesn't happen. We have many people emigrating from Italy. This is strange. Because salaries are lower than be higher than here, so where people come.
Okay, our time is up for this. Maybe you finish your sentences and then we'll go further. I hope, yeah, I hope in each group, hello. I like in this kind of exercises that some groups go in other language, in their own language, which is much better, of course, than English. Nobody's a native English speaker, but we need to speak English. I hope in each group you manage to, Alessandro, let just, you can continue. I know, you don't like me. Just a little bit more. I hope you managed to speak about examples from your countries. I'm curious about the second question here on the slide. Are they delivering results? What's your answer? Somebody has some good or bad answer? Yes or no? Or are these current policies and measures delivering the expected results for the population? Any voice? No, yes? Just a feeling, yeah? Yes, some of them. Okay, not statistic, it's just how we know, from what we know. Okay. You have specific ones that... Okay, the very specific, but not the big one. Oh, okay. Okay, so I'll ask the person who stayed to stay, and we do the last movement. So try to find people that you didn't meet. I know you, some people, but you need to move. So whoever stayed is the same person stays. Everybody else find a new group, and I'll share the new question. Find a new group. Move again, yes, yes. That group moved a little bit, okay. Okay. Okay, the last thing, find the place and I'll explain. Yeah. The last thing is something that, okay, people still moving and now 15 seconds I give you to find the place. No, I mean, more or less new people, maybe one more new person, it's fine, yeah, not to be super strict. So the last question we have is what is needed in order to address the challenge to related to depopulation of rural areas more effectively. And here we speak also on behalf of the project because we are very curious. Can we have just a few seconds for me to explain it, really? Guys, really, 30 seconds, and then I give you all the time to speak to each other, right? You cannot complain, like in other sessions, you cannot speak. So yes, just a few seconds. Yes. In our project, we are really curious about what are the needs of governments in order to deal more systematically with this kind of complex challenges, such as depopulation. So for us to be very, very useful to collect some of understanding of what are the needs in order to do it more effectively. And putting in other words with the game, how to try to address the problems that are more like the third one with adequate solutions, with adequate approach, and not with the usual ones that maybe don't work always. So what are the needs? And I'll give you, by the end of the round, I'll ask each group to produce 3 of these orange papers. So we see 3 or 4, but at least 3 needs that you see, what is needed for governments to address this issue more effectively. So have your conversation. I'll go around the table, so I'll give you 3 papers, so you finish in the end with the 3 results. Okay, thank you. You can speak now.
Disadvantage in the end has grown. are making this part of the country, and we are currently not just important areas, but also areas that are less developed. And basically, we are making them exposed to the country as a whole. And in that regard, the big data, the data that are supposed to be basically collected are something that we to start with. And of course, the other thing is that this is transnational, special commission. Normally, they speak on behalf of the we are national now. We are speaking with friends from Croatia. So basically, our nationals transforming our policy to our participation in the programs. When we are defining the legal framework and the strategies, we are coming in with the contribution from the Croatian consent and the need of other countries directly to the information as said by the whoever, in order to fulfill the criteria. An indicator which is not only to see how successful we were, but to see what has been done in particular from our last perspective, something has been done. Basically, that is the baseline from which we develop the framework for the next perspective. And we still have the populated areas which haven't made any improvement in programs. And therefore, we do need to address those issues and bottlenecks that are here present. And we, as a ministry, the reason why we do this project is that we would like to be two sides of the same coin. We would like to give them a chance because we are important partner today. On the other hand, we are the legislators that define the framework regulation, taking into account local needs and convening them to transnational skills and programs. Basic information data are synonyms. They're basically the same. We need the input from the local community, their needs. But I would say indeed. This is another important element here. When talking about innovation, this is another states word that we use a lot of here. Innovation as a driver for growth, or for sustainability, or for any other element of this big process. When talking about innovation, we are always referring to some kind of indicators that are measuring innovation in number of patents, for example. Although when we talk innovation, taking into account the ocean manual, we have to think of innovation on services, products, and processes. This is not true in terms of measuring. When we are measuring innovation, we are measuring only in terms of products. And in terms of products, innovation only happens in urban areas. Because in urban conglomerates, you have industry, you have innovation, you have all of these things. So all the data that you are going to have in terms of innovation are going to be from rural areas, never from rural areas. Because in rural areas there are no patents, there are no universities, no relative universities. So the idea of trying to define policies are completely aligned with your opinion on terms of understanding. We need to understand better what is happening in rural areas in terms of innovation. And what is the needs in terms of innovation for improving their capacities to be able to contribute to the development of the country, of the region, or of the shire. So I completely agree with you in terms of a better understanding of this crucial need for the system.
But in Bosnia, more or less, you can examine people, ask people, because there is no one to ask. Actually, these people. I'm thinking, discussing about producing food and everything, and how we need decarbonization for the CO2. But
Actually, we talking here about, we should talk here about people. Do people need to live there on Monday to Sunday to work, to produce food, or go to work and come back to that rural area? Does he have everything to live there comfortably? Can he provide himself? Or
under the work, under the living and working conditions. Basically, it's a question, do they have working and living conditions? And that's the reason why they're calculated as elderly, not to offend them. They have less needs and ambitions, and basically they are not any ambition. They are living from today to tomorrow, after the day when they're there. And therefore, I would say the urban perspective is something that we are all into. Rarely we do think about the rural area per se. There is the institutions, I would say agency that especially are into it, and usually the force is always pushing away from it. It's in their portfolio, because we are not into it, so we wouldn't like to tell you something wrong or to put you on the wrong address. That usually, for somebody who is keen and has willingness, basically he's using their direct energy or idea to fight with them. Because you said, for example, in Croatia or EU countries, compared, because I was speaking very clear to other colleagues from IPA countries, there is no patterns for hearing how to function, how to operate, how to submit, basically there is no science instructions how to operate. You are basically on your own.
We would like formal.
Yeah. Those are all, I would say, downsides of the present. You're supposed to put something on the table.
Doesn't need to be true. It can be long. Out of the conversation, come up with some new.
The governments are responsible for bringing economic activity in rural areas. So without economic activity, there is no life.
Understanding.
And maybe this issue about the food security and the supply can do something for addressing the population. After COVID-19 pandemic, we became we realized how important the production and stability in the food chains are.
Yeah, and then there are
We take for granted, before the COVID-19 pandemic, we took for granted the food supply and the functioning of the food chain. And maybe the lessons learned from the COVID-19 pandemic can do something with the population. Maybe we should speak more about food security and the production. And the only area in our states where food can be produced is rural areas.
Otherwise, it's important.
And Kissinger said, if you control oil, you control nations, and if you control food, you control states. No, if you control living food, you control nations.
Why don't people in rural areas just produce more food?
Probably because agriculture is the industry under open sky. So you should put lots of money on lots of food. That's the reason why we have full cap. That's the reason why the budget per cap is so large. You should invest in the production of food. Lots of money because it's cheap. But maybe it's not effective. Maybe it's not effective to give money to people just to stay there, not to do anything, not to plant any seed. Okay, you live there and just live there, not do anything with your land. Just keep it in your state and just stay, just breathe. So we need just cut that disease and do nothing. That's not effective.
Transport, agricultural policy, transport.
More or less ready? Okay. Let's hear the needs. Our time is approaching its end. You can continue talking after that. I hope you managed to write down a few needs per table. And what we're gonna do, have you played? Okay, I'll let people finish their thing so we know what we're doing. I'm afraid to ask them not to talk now. It's the same people. I'm just kidding. Yes, so what we'll do very quickly, because we also want to invite Tatiana to finish the day with some of the developments. I'll ask one group to start, and then we'll do bingo. If you have something similar in your group, you can just raise your hand and add it. So we see if there's similar needs in the group. So which group wants to start? Read one of their needs, and then we see if there's bingo, and then we continue. You know, the game bingo. Yes. Okay, so who wants to start? We want all the needs to be here eventually, so we need to hear them, and then see if there's similar ones. Yeah? We can start from anywhere, whoever is ready. Yeah? And I'll give you the microphone. You ready? No? Ferran, I see in your eyes you're ready.
Okay, so we have also done this exercise to trying to summarize and capitalize a little bit the discussion we had around these several policies. And our first need is that we need more policies that are derived from the application of a more holistic approach, meaning that we are not just focusing in policies in a very specific topic and just having this topic addressed, but understanding the problem in its whole.
Okay. So just a second. So policies, I need to take a second microphone, sorry. Politics derived from the application of a more holistic approach. Does any group have something similar to that? It doesn't need to be. It could be just this, but from what Ferran. Okay. Maybe you read the second one of your group.
And then the second one is we realized that we needed to have a change in our mindsets, especially in how we understand the rural world, how do we attach value to the rural world and the agricultural aspects of rural world, for instance. And we put several examples also. So another example, it was, for instance, having a reconnection with nature or turning to a more sustainable lifestyle. This kind of mindsets that we have.
And when you say
change.
we, it means the public people working in public administration, or people in general. Okay. Okay. Change of mindsets and more broadly. The rural life should be more appealing, yeah.
Because it's probably what we felt is that there are young people that would like to come back to the nature, but it's kind of still very marginal way of life. And maybe we should we should have a different look on that kind of choice and help them in this choice.
Thank you. Is there anything similar in the other groups? Okay, can you? It could be different. We can put it close to it, so it's similar. Yeah.
Well, it's partial, as colleague said. But basically, our intention was as well to address that we need to understand what basically the people from rural areas are missing and what are their needs. So colleagues already underlined what are their necessary. So I would say that we do have partial bingo, and it should go vice versa, not only as a general audience, but they as well are supposed to see that changes are coming, and somebody who need give assistance, regardless coming from the transnational, national, or regional level, are the ones that are basically defined their needs and solutions and measures that are supposed to be put in place.
Okay, so this is slightly different in my opinion. I mean, it's connected to what we've been said, but is there anything similar to this one, which is we need to understand and more information, we need more information about what people need. And okay, because I saw on the tables that there's few of those. If it's a bit different, you can. Or did I misunderstood? Sorry. Yeah.
I don't need it.
But other people
I
don't
don't
hear
like. Like now I can sing.
Nobody likes microphones, but that's life.
Oh Boże. Okay, I think that the European Commission, when it comes to EU, already gave answer to the challenges of the EU rural areas. In 2020, you got the vision of EU rural areas till 2040 toward the prosperous, I don't know how, stronger resilience and more prosperous rural areas. And that document was developed on the conclusions that the European Commission made by searching about the opinions and needs of EU rural habitants. So it started with the communication with the rural community. So I think when it comes to the EU has has some kind of vision and some kind of answers to the challenges. But the issue is that we don't have here in the non-EU EUSAIR countries answer to these issues.
Yeah.
Yes, you're right. The European Commission has put in place this communication and all the communications around this process also. But I think that one part of our discussion really was trying to the need of real understanding of what's happening, of what are these factors that we need to take into account when considering policies that are going to be directly targeted to rural areas. And we were discussing if there is a real need for that, why we should go that way. And then and in our discussion, we have came to this need of a real profound understanding of what's happening there. It's not only a question of discussing with the stakeholders that are living there, with politicians, with policymakers, but it's also a question of having the right data to be able to go beyond as a conversation with the people living there. Some evidence base is needed in order to realize what is happening there, and also some kind of reality when facing this thing. For instance, your comments, your table, talking about this need of informing young people about the beauty of living in rural areas, the beauty and the complexity. Because if people are living those areas, are because these areas are these professions that are there are really tough. People is not willing to live in this very difficult condition of farming with this potential failure every year because of the drought that we are having now in Spain and all the how do you say cosechas? All the crops are going to fail because there is no water at all. So when having a good understanding, we are going to be able to put policies in place that are going to be, well, that have more potential to be effective.
Yeah, it seems like. And I saw your.
When we were talking about more holistic way, because it's very questionable how sustainable is the whole agriculture that we have now and how we can go on. Because among the things, very important things, I think that we mentioned here is also distribution of incomes from, at the end, who produces has the biggest risk and gets the smallest part of the money. And this is something that really doesn't work. And we can't say, okay, it's not fancy, because without agriculture production, what are we going to live from? And this is something also that the people in the city should understand. It's not only, you were talking about, yes, we were talked with persons from rural areas, But here we should also incentivize the people to come back to the rural areas. So it's not only to understand what the people living there would like to do, but what could move somebody back to the rural areas. Okay, let's us focus on the needs. I think this is very interesting. I just want to check, there was one hand there. Is it like bingo towards the hearing more from people? And then if you want to add something because you put your paper, but just to clarify. Yeah.
Yes, I would just add a little bit that we were discussing now we also had this, yes, to analyze the needs, to gather the data. I think what is very important that, of course, we analyze and we gather the data, that we don't, so to say, that we perhaps don't strive too much for the perfectioncy, in the sense because the world is changing so much, I mean, so quickly, yeah, new opportunities are coming. So I think at least, of course, to gather some data, but, you know, for example, when we start the project, that we don't start working on the results in 5 or 6 years. I mean, in the sense to be quick to monitor the opportunities and then also the data that we gather, that we deliver, but then of course also to optimize all the time. Yeah, but I mean, not to perhaps not to trying to reach perfection in some details, or let's say some too much analysis that can be late in 2-3 years. Yeah, because of the world's changing so fast. Just
yeah, thank you. I usually play the third part of the game with some policy people in Bulgaria, and after that tell them that you cannot make a report after 1 year. It's just 1 year is so long, especially during COVID, we understood it, so we don't know what's going on. Okay, so back to the needs. Is there something similar to the gathering of data, listening to the needs of local people, of rural people and people in the cities, or there's something new? From some of the tables, we move to another one. So I guess we move to a new one. Yeah. We can change the topic. So just to hear them, and we'll put them there, and we'll try to also use them tomorrow. So let's hear all the papers. We don't need to describe very long for each paper, just to get a bit of the sense. So which table is ready? Did you want to clarify something about your paper, about communication, or it's similar, yeah? Okay. So maybe you say one of your next ones? Even if it's very different, just to hear them out.
We put alternative education, new job opportunities, and ecosystem-based solutions or enhancing ecosystem services, which interconnects.
Yeah, it's also connects to what that table
Yes.
had a bit. Yeah, I'll put it here close. After that, we see if they're all connected. Okay. Are there anything similar to this about alternative education? Good. Okay. Next one. Do you want to go to the next one? There's no bingo, that's why. We need to speak them all, so yeah.
So one of our needs was about resources and public service structures.
So resources, financial support, financial, support and public service, health infrastructures. This is for the rural areas, or more resources for the administration to deal with the issues?
General.
Okay. It's a bit general. Okay, we need to. Yeah, because our question, what do the administration maybe needs? Okay, yeah. Yeah, because health and infrastructure, it's for the areas, not for the administration, right? Okay, it's similar?
Yeah, but I mean, it was
The
just,
same.
yeah, to say,
Money and
yeah,
power.
policymakers need to have more money and more power also to decide policies to do.
Sounds like a political movie on Netflix or something. Money and power. Okay,
It's
something
very practical.
Oh, it is, yeah, yeah. So do you want to go with the next one? Unless there is a bingo, yeah.
If they finished, yeah. Well, maybe related to that, one need is to reverse market incentives. For example, now the example was if you want to improve the services in rural areas, maybe you need to pay the doctors more to stay there, because otherwise they go to cities. And so, again, it's again related to resources, but it's a different way to use the resources. We have a third one that was not easy to summarize, but in a way was to what do we need? We need to find innovation in and for the rural areas. So not traditional innovation that maybe is designed for no, industrialized or urban areas, but let's say more specific to the needs of this area. So
does anybody have something similar? Innovation in and for rural areas.
And we finish with the last one that is different from, let's say, less concrete in a way, that is more on, that is very related to what they said at the beginning. So empowering more the community life or the community economy to attract people that want a different way of life. That is not one of the, no, not maybe people that want to live differently, and maybe the sense of community exchange we were thinking about products, etc., is itself an incentive.
Okay, I see a few more papers. Let's go in. Do you want to speak yours, or are they needs?
I think some of them can be linked to some of the things that have been said. We said that the need to adopt a bottom-up approach so that the solutions are not created just from the office in the city, but that you can work on the solutions from the field and with the people that is directly affected. It's very sticky. And the second one is the need for a dialogue. So sometimes one public administration realizes that there is a challenge and a problem, but the solution, the competence is not of their own scope of action, but another public administration. So a permanent dialogue. And that's why we're in Dialogue for Innovation.
That was a good advertisement of the project, no? Okay, so we have dialogue between the administrations and the bottom-up approach. Any needs left that we didn't speak? We have more here. Or you were not sure about them, or do you want to speak them? Okay.
We have to planning on rural special planning, actually.
Rural spatial planning.
Yes.
Okay.
Actually, we need to build roads and
not special, but spatial.
Spatial.
I don't know how to say it right. Yeah. Sorry.
Actually, we have to planning to build roads, to build houses on rural areas to populate. No, actually, because we are planning in our country, many planning are only for the cities and not for the rural areas. No, actually.
Thank you. Do you want to speak one more or quickly? Our time is.
So we need adapted policies to rural areas' needs, and this concerns agriculture policies, energy policies that take into account the needs of rural areas. In particular, agriculture policies need to provide the right incentives to provide food and sustainable food. This is, I think, what we talk about.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for this. I hope you enjoyed. We'll be referring to those. We just need to look at them. And it's just the first level of getting some of the needs. And I think that the one that received the most discussion is about what does it mean to listen and what does it mean to gather data. So I think that could be something that we can keep also for tomorrow. As we don't have much time, I thank you for this part, and I'll give the word to Tatiana just to close the day. No. I mean, we said we can go until 5. Yeah. No. We could stay. We could stay a few more minutes because I think Tatiana has something valuable for us. Just very quickly, of course, and yeah, to close. Yeah, I know everybody start. Thank you.
Thanks, Anton.
No, maybe we can put, I have some slides because it will be easier to, do you have the, here. You are so tired for sure because I'm very tired and you have been working all the afternoon. So I think the work we did today is the preparation for the things we are going to do tomorrow, because here, so what the way we are proposing to work with this project is not to provide solutions for the problems that we have, of course, in rural areas, but is to help to think, to change the approach in which, how we do see the challenges, how do we see the problems. And so this graphic that we showed this morning, no, it's maybe the cause because all the challenges that we are seeing in the rural areas are very difficult to pursue. They are moving constantly, are like the third game we play, because we have global trends pressing the system. The system is, business as usual is not possible. Everything is changing so rapidly. And we have all this pressure from different innovations, initiatives, and we don't know exactly what is happening here because there is this pressure and this need of finding evidence, what is happening, what people's lives, we need to take all these kind of things into account. And usually when the European Commission is doing strategies, they forget the local level. They provide solutions for these global trends, for these kind of policies. When we are working at the local level, many times the politicians want to fight these global trends from the local level, and this is not possible. So it's very important that when we see a challenge in a place, we have this systematic approach, and this needs training because in the universities, in the schools, we are all trained to work with linear mindsets. We have a problem, we look for a solution, and this is how we have been trained. And without this change of mindset, it's impossible to deal with these problems because we are focusing on that, and so many things are moving that we need to reorient their ways, no? So this is the kind of things I showed this morning that we need to pursue. We have the global challenges, we have all these strategies and the recommendations and diagnosis from the European Commission. Okay, they provide us with directionality. We know what we want to be, what kind of rural areas we want to have in the future, but we need to work with the people here. This is the innovation systems are local based, and we need to understand the challenges, and we need to work with the people there, but without losing the perspective, and of course working as the colleague from Abruzzo say, no? It's not means that we need to find the solutions in our territory. Maybe the solutions are in other parts of other regions. So we need to make these connections. Okay, and then one of the things that we need is, if we want to work with transformative innovation approach, we need new abilities, we need new trainings, and we need new capacities at levels of government, but at levels of society, and also at the universities. And this is our approach with the project that we are trying to do, no? Because we need these abilities to develop, test, and ensure the wide acceptance and uptakes of innovation, because solutions are there, but the territories are not adapting them. We need, this is very important, abilities to identify and frame place-based problems and regional vulnerabilities. This is very important. And even more important, we need these strong orchestration capacities to coordinate multi-actor processes and also mediate between different interests and between different trade-offs. And also, we need to learn to manage conflicts, not to avoid conflicts, because we are trained to find consensus and to avoid conflicts. And when we are talking about transformation, it's about understanding and accepting that there are different views, that we need to understand all the views, and that we will have to make compromises. And that consensus is not always possible. And not is an objective per itself, because if you look for consensus, it's impossible that you transform anything. And yeah, our approach, we are going to talk more about tomorrow about this. But for us, the very important thing is when we want to change something that we don't like the results that a system is providing, or what we have in a territory, or what we have in a situation, the part of preparation, the foundations of the collective action is very important. To know where do we want to go, but more important is to understand the system that we have now, no? What are the global trends affecting what we have now? What are the barriers for change? Maybe there are regulations, there are policies, there are markets, or there are cultural values that make difficult that we move forward to the desired directions. We need to understand that there are innovations there that can provide us solutions. And more important is that we don't need to, it's difficult, it's not possible to achieve transformation if we have this linear view of a problem, a solution. When we look for transformations in system, we are looking for tipping points. We are looking for these points in which we intervene, and then many things change. And then for that, we need to change also the indicators and the way we measure the impact of policies. And this is a change in many different levels. And this means that we have to work with uncertainties. And this is a change of mindset. So with this project, we are trying to work at this level and provide tools and to policymakers in order to address these kind of challenges. And that's it. We need shared visions of the future. We put the emphasis in these transformative innovation policy labs because it's these places where we train to have these abilities or these capacities of working together with different stakeholders with these approaches. And at the end, we need to change the innovation ecosystems because now we define the innovation ecosystems as researchers, universities, companies, but also civil society and public administrations are very important actors in this innovation ecosystem, and we need to rethink them and to find the new ways of working with them. And tomorrow, we will work with some of the tools in this kind of processes. So if you want to have more, then tomorrow we will continue with the great job that you have been doing today. Thank you.